Good evening, everyone. It's 5:09. Apologies for the late start. I'd like to call to order the closed session for the December 6th, 2021 HBCSD, December 8th, sorry, HBCSD Board of Education regular meeting. Christine, if you could please take the roll call.
Board Member Cole.
Present.
Board Member Gardner.
Present.
Board Member Cluth.
Present.
President McCall.
Present.
Vice President Clerk is Bovie LaMonica is absent tonight.
Right.
We have a quorum.
Thanks, Christine. Moving on to public communication. Seeing no one in the chambers, Christine, do we have anyone online for closed session?
We do not have anybody online to make public comment for a closed session.
All right. Well, with no comments, I'd like to adjourn to closed session and we'll return for open session around 6 p.m. Thanks. Good evening, everyone. It is 6:06. Welcome to the December 8th, 2021 regular meeting of the HBCSD Board Meeting. We do have one item to report out from tonight's closed session. The matter of student versus HBCSD, OAH, case number 201-305-0651 was approved by the board. The motion was brought by Quentin and the second was by Doug, and it was approved 4-0 with one board member absent. Christine, I'd like to call to order the open session for this evening. If you could take the roll call, please.
Board Member Cole,
Present.
Board Member Gardner,
Present.
Board Member Klug,
Present.
President McCall,
Present.
and Vice President Clerk Bove LaMonica is absent tonight.
Thank you. If everyone would please rise and join us for the flag salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, I'd like to move on to approval of this evening's agenda. Do I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Thank you, Jen. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Doug. All in favor? Christine, if you could take the roll call, please.
Board Member Cole,
Aye.
Board Member Gardner,
Aye.
Board Member Klug,
Aye.
President McCall,
Aye.
all in favor.
Thank you. All right. Yeah, we'll move on to announcements. We have two items and then I'll also tag on with a few brief words. But let's get our Hermosa Valley Student Council report going, please. Good evening, welcome.
Hi, everyone. I'm Kennedy Hasty, Valley Student Council Representative.
Hi, I'm Chloe, and I'm also a Student Council Valley Representative.
Hi, I'm Elise Ernst, and I'm the Valley Student Council Fundraising Commissioner.
We are excited again to be here tonight and update you on what has been happening at Valley. Trimester 2 began this week, and some students started new elective classes. Students are excited to begin some fun projects such as creating apps, making commercial lip dubs music videos, and learning about digital photography. We look forward to seeing the final products. This week is also Parent-Teacher Conference Week. Students are following a different schedule, and middle school is dismissed each day at 12:25. Students will resume the normal school schedule next week.
Winter sports season is here. Information can be found at our athletic websites, and all schools involved in the winter sports programs will be following the LA County Department of Health guidelines. Boys and girls basketball and soccer tryouts will begin next week, starting with the boys basketball on Tuesday, December 14th after school in the HBS gym. All winter sports team will hold their first practice on Tuesday, January 4th, with their first official game planned for Tuesday, January 18th. We look forward to an exciting winter sports season.
Over the last few weeks, Science Olympiad members have been working hard at work trying out for their competition events. Last week, the final round of event tryouts was conducted, and the competition team will be selected in the coming of days. Our SoCal regional competition takes place on Saturday, February 26th, and we will be spending the next few months designing and testing structures for the build events, as well as studying for the test events. We are hoping to bring home another trophy for HBS this year. Wish us luck. Builders Club is volunteering at the Hermosa Beach Christmas tree lot at Pier and PCH. For more than 30 years, the Hermosa Beach Kiwanis Club has operated this lot and raised funds to donate to local charities. We hope that you stop by to support the Builders Club.
The Catalina trips for 7th and 8th grade students are coming up in the new year. 8th grade will be attending in January, and 7th grade will be attending in February. Students are looking forward to the trip, especially the night dive. The annual Student First Staff volleyball game will be happening on Wednesday, December 15th, during lunch in the HVS gym. The 8th grade students are looking forward to competing against their teachers. Congratulations to all the students who have been selected to play, and good luck against the staff.
Winter break will begin soon, and we are excited to spend time with our friends and family. There will be a half day next Friday, December 17th, and school will resume on Monday, January 3rd. We hope everyone has a wonderful break. And thank you again for allowing our student council to share what's happening this month at Valley. We look forward to share more information with you.
Thank you so much for that brilliant update. Moving on to Hermosa Valley STEM update.
Stephen, Miss Bledsoe is taking care of an urgent matter right now, and she'll be joining us shortly in the meeting. If we could table that item, and then when she arrives and return, she's right outside. She has to take care of a matter.
For sure. Okay. All good. And we'll table that and come back to that. Thank you, Jason. I mentioned I'd like to take a moment. I'll be brief. I've got a couple of items by way of announcements. The first of all is that, do we keep going? All right. The first of all is I'd just like to welcome everyone who's joining us, particularly here and those following online, and just say thank you very much. It's it's year end. As you can see, we took as a team the decision to show our holiday spirit with our sweaters and other things, and I'm really glad we were able to do that. It's going to be a wonderful time for all those who celebrate. Wishing you absolutely all the best for you and yours with your families at this time of year, with the winter break especially. But I think it's been a heck of a year, and it would go amiss if it didn't acknowledge sincere thanks. I think sincere thanks from the board, especially to our entire community. That goes for particularly our staff, our administration, our students and their families. Nothing about this year was easy, and I think we all acknowledge that. Everyone's been absolutely brilliant, I think, in the way that we've handled ourselves and performed, under the most difficult of circumstances. So I wanted to open that with thanks and happy holidays and obviously we've still got a week or two left of school, but I wanted to open with that moment. The next item I wanted to mention was our deepest condolences for the passing of Lance Widman, who was a former Hermosa Beach City Council member, as well as a school board member as well. I wasn't fortunate enough to have met Lance. From reading the articles, he was a professor of political science at El Camino College for many years. He had 2 terms on the city council and a term on the school board. I think it was noted this week in memorial that he helped preserve the small town Hermosa Beach experience that we benefit from today. And for the school districts, he steadied the district when it faced a new school year without a superintendent and 2 of the school administrators. So, we've all been in challenging times, and it takes strong leaders. I picked up on a quote that he would tell his students, and it touched me. It said, if you care about your community, do something. And anyway, that just, I thought if we take a moment for Lance Widman, that'd be great. And last but maybe not least, but I just wanted to say a few words. It has been a heck of a year, and it's been an honor to lead in what was the center square is now the center chair. I just want to say thank you. I want to say thank you I think first and foremost, actually, to my wife, Erica, and our kids. There's been times where I know for sure I've been speaking more with Superintendent Johnson than I have with them, and at times it's been quite demanding and consuming. So first of all, thank you to my family. I next want to say thank you to the board. You've all, and Maggie, I know you'll be watching this. Thank you to all of you, because you know, the support that we've shown each other, I think, in navigating the really difficult challenges has been immense. The staff, can't say enough about our staff, and you know, I'm obviously, you know, hugely thrilled that we as a board were able to sort of recognise that this year with increases and so forth. But they continue to go above and beyond, and obviously, you know, huge thanks there. And Jason, I'll just say thank you, you know, for your leadership in particular. And you know, we couldn't have done this without you. So thank you. All right. With that, thank you for allowing me the moment. And we'll move on to public. Well, no, we tabled an item, but Ms. Blesso, is now a good time? Great. Okay, if we'll move on, we'll take the Hermosa Valley STEM update. Thank you.
I don't know if you know how much that meant to me tonight, so thank you for that. My name is Jessica Bledsoe. Thank you so much for allowing me to be here. And I am updating the community and school board on our STEAM programs. So go ahead, thanks, Christine. So, sorry. So these are all of our STEAM classes. I actually included science classes as well, and I'll get to that in just a minute. But Miss Bell, Mr. Kaplan, Miss Gill, and then our science department has been absolutely killing it this year. It's been really fun to venture into their classrooms. So I'm going to take you through some of the things that are going on in there. Go ahead, thanks. So STEAM 8, what you're looking at is robotic hands designed by students. And the cool part about this is students are a part of the entire conception, design, and then practicing piece of this. So in STEAM 8, they have designed and built Vex IQ robot. They're learning how to color code and also move things from place to place. And they also work through coding projects using Scratch. What's not listed here is they're working a bit on Java as well. Coding, thank you. STEAM 8 in the news, what you're looking at is an incomplete newsroom. We fully acknowledge, but that doesn't mean that we're not getting amazing work done in here. In addition to learning about the process that's involved in telling the news and the ethics surrounding it and how to write a good story and what's a credible source, students are also they also began building a website for their STEAM portfolio. They began developing their first news clip and partnering with people. We're working with iPads and iMovie, editing, video production, and we're gathering all of that information so Simon can come and hook us up, get us going. Thank you. STEAM 7, again, some of the things are not double listed, but they're coding with Vex, they're coding from scratch. They designed a race car that's really fun. One of the cool things, if you ever come to campus and take a look in these STEAM classes, they're very self-driven. So what I love is it's not a sit and get class. Students are up, but they're up with a purpose. They know exactly what they're doing. Portrait photography project, they're looking at this from a creative standpoint. And then also Ms. Bell created a Post-it note graphic design. We had them all displayed together. The idea that you can create fantastic, wonderful art in super small spaces. In 6, excuse me, they explored the Lego Mindstorm robotics. So we're using lots of different programs that we've been able to purchase from curriculum and instruction budget, largely from Sylvia's efforts. So they created Straw Rocket Project. They're using a program called Tinkercard to design 3D printing. And they're also doing some digital photography, photo editing Pretty fantastic stuff going on in here. Again, very self-driven students. Thank you. I'm going to kind of power through some of these. This is a STEAM 7, so we're into Mr. Kaplan's classes, but some of this is a bit redundant because the classes are collaborating. But this is just an example of some of the things that they're doing for their, right now they're working on the digital photography slideshow, and then these are the teaching points that they're working through. Thank you. Next. In STEAM 6, what you're looking at is a marshmallow tower. So the goal was for students to use straws and marshmallows, but their tower had to stand with one big fat marshmallow on the top. So it's about the construction from the ground up and looking at it. We actually have a wall of fame for 6th and 7th grade students who are the top contenders or the winners of each of their projects. Thank you. Next. If you can see, the student on the left is really getting into this. Pretty fantastic stuff going on, but basically this is Idea Lab. So we're looking at 4th and 5th grade students who are being pulled from their elementary class. Obviously an exciting time for elementary students to get this really unique specials, but they're designing tracks, they're working in groups. They built a roller coaster. They also had to use create a ramp for a marble, but the idea was that it traveled slow as possible. So you always think like, how do we get there faster? But the idea is using force and friction and against one another to try to get them there as slow as possible. Thank you. Here's our 4th and 5th grade students just absolutely killing it with science, recording their data, getting involved with one another. The pictures on the left, the 2 pictures on the right, on the left, excuse me, are students working with the robots that they designed and built. They're all connected to coding, so they can make their arms move up and down. They can make them walk. Eventually, I'm assuming coding is going to be a language that that's going to be required in school, but our students are going to be ahead of the game. Thank you. Sparks Lab, Melinda Gale. So the reason I'm including Sparks Lab is because Valley houses 3rd grade students. And so they get an opportunity to really look at science through the eye of coding. They are participating in building challenges. Miss Gill is out there looking for opportunities for them to build internship experience. We also participated in an hour of code, which was all schools committing to let's have every student work on code during this 1 hour. So it was like a uniting over that language, which is really cool. And they're using Scratch Junior, which I thought was really neat. It's an opportunity for them to learn the same language, but at their level. Thank you. So here's some of the things that they're working on. We have the Carrot project in the center, again, a build. And students are designing, planning, executing, again, using scientific progress and method. The idea is do things wrong and learn from it. So I just absolutely love Miss Gill's lessons. Thank you, Christine. Okay, so what's happening in science 6 through 8? You ask. I've kind of delineated it by grade level. So our 6th grade right now is focusing on metabolism, and they're working on an engineering internship. They just completed microbiomes and metabolism. By the way, all of this is very much my jam. So, and I'll tell you what we're doing tomorrow, which is also exciting. 7th grade is working also on an engineering internship, and they're building little incubators, and they're looking at phase change in these incubators. Pretty cool. And then 8th graders, 8th graders are working on a device that could power equipment for a rescue team. So they're looking at what causes power, how to create circuit, how to turn potential energy into kinetic energy, things like this in 8th grade. Thank you. And go ahead. Tomorrow, can you go back? Tomorrow, we are going to the NSTA conference. So NSTA is our National Science Teachers Association conference, and it's been 9 years since I've been there. So I'm actually lucky enough to go with them and totally geek out on science tomorrow. But the district is supporting us going both Thursday and Friday. We're taking Miss Eichenlaub, Mr. Hecker, and Miss Loth, in addition to Jennifer Sharp, who's interested in bringing some higher concept science into the 5th grade classrooms and really sharing that wealth of knowledge with her team. Go ahead. So we created some goals for NSTA. It's also a really great opportunity for us to team build in science. So our plan is to gather a ton of resources, collaborate with other educators of what they're doing in NGSS in the middle school classrooms, look at materials that are going to supplement, amplify, and like really give that boost, that making science exciting. And then also find some time to connect as a plan and connect as a team, and then generate next meetings. So what are we going to do from now to then? What's our goal? Really focus the team on some collaboration while also weaving in 5th grade into that, since we will eventually be a 5, 6, 7, 8 campus. So creating that K-8 perspective is really important to us. 5th grade is a huge component of that. So it's just going to be a fantastic opportunity to learn what's out there. There's also some really great sessions that are talking about literacy post-COVID and how writing and reading informational text in science is so important. As we know, that's where our students struggle the most. So integrating that into their experience is also going to be really beneficial. Thank you. So STEAM student impact. I thought this was interesting. I'm like, I want to show the board what is the actual student impact. So we have 147 middle school students that took STEAM in trimester 1. We have 278 elementary students benefiting from Idea Lab, and that doesn't include 3rd grade students. We have 111 3rd grade students that are benefiting from Sparks. And then overall, we had 448 middle school students that we're impacting in the area of science. So we have lots of amazing, great work to do. We know that we can't do it without one another. So really creating that articulation plan is super important, in addition to supporting these fantastic STEM electives that are helping to grow our students' breadth of knowledge. So thank you so much for your support. The next slide. And really, we can't do it without partnerships. HBEF has been huge, HBPTO, our community partners, our board that supports our initiatives and growing young scientists in the world. So we are incredibly grateful for these wonderful experiences for our students, which they always indicate is their favorite time in the day. So not only are we affording them the opportunity to learn and think differently and problem solve and make them aware that it's okay to be wrong, that's a part of the learning process, we're also exciting them about science. So that's the goal in education. So thank you so much for your partnership.
Thank you so much.
Jessica, do you mind come back up just if there's any questions?
Yes, well, yeah.
every time.
Any queries?
Okay, great. Thanks, Jason.
Yeah, no, oh, sorry. Oh, we're going down the line.
Oh, okay, good.
No, I just thank you. Thank you for your enthusiasm for, I know it's been a board priority to really look at science and look at what we're doing in science as a district and paying closer attention to it. And so it's just your enthusiasm for it is great. And it's going to be infectious. I know it's going to be a really great experience. My only curiosity was, what does an engineering internship look like?
So engineering internships are often done through small community partnerships. Sometimes it's companies that are giving our students like $200 and they have to create a plan, design, execute. So it's taking them through that whole process. And then the idea is that they can partner with them, potentially creating opportunities for them to go to the companies and things like this.
That's great. And I just had one suggestion, is that just in Redondo, I just know about Redondo, but they have a lot of engineering classes and things like that in Project Lead the Way over there. Mm-hmm. I'm sure they have that at Maricosta, and it'd be really interesting to not only go 5th through 8th grade, but see what 8th grade into the high school is looking like. And I'm sure you're thinking about that already, but.
Well, you know, what's really interesting is Jason actually brought this up the other day of how are our students doing in high school. So tracking that is important. It's sometimes hard to get your hands on data when they're not in your own school district, but I think it's an incredibly valid point. Where are they ending in science? You know, are they ending at year 2? Are they taking it out of the way? Where are they ending in math? So we're looking into gathering that data from both Maricosta and Redondo, who are very open to sharing that with us. But I think that's going to help us to create a trajectory of what do we want to do with our students, and that K-12 articulation. Additionally, we're partnering with freshman biology teachers just to make sure that our 8th graders are ready to roll up, not just with their knowledge base, but with lab skills that they've missed out on in a huge way due to COVID. So that's the other thing that I would love to kind of infuse into the Valley science classrooms is start with a bang and, make science sexy, because it can be, right? Start with that lab right up at the front. And sometimes it's challenging as a teacher because you want to deliver the concepts first so the kids understand, but really it's the exploration that gets them hooked. So that's what we're focusing on. But I think that's a great point, Jennifer. K-12.
Yeah, no questions for me, but thank you. I second everything that everybody said. My kids have always been most excited about science and STEAM and Sparks Lab and Idea Lab and the different things that they're doing. And, it sparked my daughter's interest in Science Olympiad and her desire to do that. So all the opportunities that we're giving them are really, really fantastic.
Which is amazing. And Hannah Loth has taken that on as well. We had at the beginning of the school year, more students than ever come to the introductory meeting of Science Olympiad. So kids are interested in doing that extra science, which is cool.
Yeah, super cool.
Awesome. I would just sort of build on those points. I mean, the reason why we have Thrive K through Life, this has been a cornerstone of our programming for the district for years. And so to see this and to be spotlit in particular is fantastic. I mean, we always sort of refer back to the quote of we're currently preparing students for jobs that don't yet exist, technologies that have not been invented, blah, blah, blah. And it's so true. And so, it's inspiring to see this. So thank you for that. And also appreciation for the shout out of partnerships, because we couldn't make some of those programs, so it would be very challenging. And a particular shout out to families and community members that give, HBF in particular, that give towards the programming that makes this possible. So, and thank you for putting it in your presentation. I just want to say it's year end annual giving. We'll touch more on it later, but
good plug.
Just ringing the HBF bell.
Thank you. And I also think we have fantastic partners in our teachers. They're incredibly committed. They're ready to go all in for kids. And it just is an exciting time right now in education to push learning.
That's awesome, and thrilled that they're getting out there as well to conference and things like that. So thank you so much for the update.
Any other questions?
No further questions. Just lots of love. Thank you for STEAM. Good. All right, moving on to public comments and communications. I'm seeing folks in the chambers, so I'll just read the section here. And public comments from the audience to the board in person and also online. Members of the audience may address the board on any topic, regardless of whether it is listed on the agenda. However, the board may not discuss issues raised that are not listed on the agenda. Topics on the agenda that are brought to the board's attention may be investigated by the administration and a report made to the board, either publicly or privately at a future meeting. Complaints regarding district employees must be dealt with in closed session and not in public. Comments from visitors shall not exceed 3 minutes unless waived by a majority of all members of the board. And with that, thank you to our public who have filled in the comment cards. If you're here to make a comment and you haven't filled in a comment card, please do. Christine, I think they're at the back, correct? Great. And also just checking for, do we have folks online as well? I just want to make sure that.
We do, Stephen. We have 2 people waiting online to make public comment.
Great to know. Okay, so with that, I'm going to take, first of all, the folks that are in the chambers here. I'm going to go in the order that the cards were received. So I'd first like to call up Victoria Cannon. And if, just for the record, when you get to the podium, if you wouldn't mind stating your name, also your affiliation with the district, and then after you've done that, I think we'll have our 3-minute counter, just so you have it. So we'll get that up in a sec. All right, Victoria, when you're ready, if you could just state your name and your affiliation with the district. Thank you.
My name is Victoria Cannon. I'm a parent of 2 kids, one still in the school, and I'm advocating for him. I understand that Mr. Johnson said during last meeting that we don't have mandates. I also understand that they're coming, And what I see from school administration didn't take any responsibility for any of their decisions. From teachers to principals to superintendent to the board, one excuse we hear is we are following orders and guidance by LICDPH. I want to remind you all that your primary responsibility is to advocate for every child in a district. You do not work for LICDPH. You do not work for Beach City Health Department. You do work for parents in these districts and their children. Also, guidance is not a law. Judge ruling from November 12 says school district remained free to implement those protocols or not. Therefore, we hold you all accountable. We reached out to the board a few weeks ago. Out of 5, only 2 replied and acknowledged our email. Back to the kids. No society ever used healthy children to protect vulnerable adults. No society ever borrowed the health from children to maybe stop the spread of this virus, which we know does nothing to stop it. When in the history of humanity, it was okay to ignore and walk around the pediatricians and set up clinics for convenience. Adults are responsible to protect the children, not the other way around. What a shame. If parents want to play Russian roulette with the children, it's absolutely their choice and their right. But there is no place for a mandate for something that kids are safe from. Even without evidence of harm, which is not the case with this vaccine, these kids have a long life ahead of them. Majority of them already had the virus. The idea that we'll expose them to any risk at all from the vaccine that are so new is preposterous. The Surgeon General, who declared mental health emergency yesterday, mentioned that suicide attempts are up 51%, especially for the girls. We don't need more wellness councils. We need to take these masks off our children's faces, take fear-mongering off the campuses, remove vaccine clinics. We need to return to normal school years because this virus is here to stay. Also, there was no one case proven in the US when teachers got sick from a child in the last 2 years without any vaccine available. It will also never be possible to prove that in the court. We also have at least 70% of children in the US who already had COVID. This is a note from FDA that is supposed to be given to every parent who comes to the clinic. Benefits and the risks. There's one benefit that we all know is not true by now, and especially with new variants and the big list of risks, 2 pages of risks right there. This is the form from FDA. Other parents seen this? This vaccine is not safe for children, not effective. Therefore, we're asking for your accountability. We're asking for parental choice and for you to be brave and stand up for the children in this district. Hoping that your conscience will not allow this mandates to happen. We also do not want—
Victoria, if you could finish up your point when you're ready. Thank you. Thank you. I'd like to call up next Rebecca Barrios, please. Rebecca, if you could just state your name and affiliation to the district, please, and your time will begin.
Hi, I'm Rebecca Barrios. I can only see when I'm up close, sorry. My son is Sebastian. He's in 5th grade at Valley. So our group is diverse. We stand vaccinated and unvaccinated. I'm getting emotional, sorry. These mandates, we stand for choice. We are parents that, just like you, want the best for our children. Every parent is capable of making these very important medical decisions on their own. We are not anti-vax, we are pro-choice. That being said, where there is risk, there needs to be choice. Our group of over 100 parents and counting are just not comfortable at this point in time with vaccinating our children with this very new vaccine. We want to see long-term studies, which there simply are not. Many of the vaccines in the US have taken 10, 15, 20 years to come to market. Under said mandate, if we do not vaccinate our children, we will be forced to leave our lovely little beach town school and homeschool, seek private, or move. These options are unacceptable for a virus that has the least impact on our children, yet are the most vulnerable to the side effects of the vaccine. Some of these side effects include death. If there is that big of a side effect, it should be up to the parents to decide which they deem worse, COVID or the vaccine. I certainly believe that there are many parents that think it's better to vaccinate their child, and this is in no way an attack on them for their decision, as every family has their own risks to weigh out. I want to stay hopeful that we can all get through this together and our kids will be doing what they do best, learning and playing together at the school. I know we can all agree that not having an in-person learning was very impactful to our children's education, but more importantly, to their emotional, mental well-being. Kids should not be forced to segregate or be disheveled elsewhere. I am standing here in front of you, all a loving parent, asking you, the Board of Loving Parents, to stand with us and push back on any mandate that would involve these actions. And to come from a place of understanding that even though we may or may not agree, our kids can still all harmoniously go to school together and that our choice will not affect yours. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Brian Bollinger, please. Brian, if you could just state your name and then affiliation to the district. Thank you.
Brian Bollinger, been a resident in Hermosa Beach past 3 years. Everyone's got great sweaters, love them. And oh, am I waiting for the? Yeah, I just want to be really brief. In consideration with mandates, future mandates, and also just inclusivity of the big picture, as I totally agree with what she said of just we're not necessarily anti the vaccine, but more want a common sense, following the science, the STEAM program, looking at the trailing. These numbers are trailing October 27th, 2021, and obviously it's sad. 486 deaths over the last 12 months for the flu. For children under the age of 17, 0 to 17, and 304 deaths trailing 12 months for COVID. So significantly, obviously, there's no celebration in any of that. That's still awful. But in consideration, 2019, there was never a mass mandate for 0 to 17. 2019 for the flu. Yet it was a greater risk to children within that age group per CDC numbers. And I am happy to hand this out if it's needed. And so nor was there a flu vaccine mandated during that time. So the question is, if it's about the risk of those who are at greater risk and stopping the spread, as for my family, we have natural immunity. That's a factor that with these mandates, how come that is a very, that is science, historical, that if you have natural immunity, that should be heavily considered. We've gotten the natural antibody test for one of my sons. 9 months later, he still has it. Is that being considered? And hopefully, as a love Hermosa Beach, I grew up in Manhattan Beach, came to the good side, Hermosa Beach, and want there to be some really good common sense and some sense of unity where there's not just one side against the other side, but really looking at the numbers, being inclusive, including those who don't see the way that a lot of, it's like half and half, but is there some choice that we can come to when the mandates do come down? And so that would be my concern of just really looking at the data and making decisions based on that. That'll help the families that are really concerned. I have 5 kids. It's obviously something that's concern for me. So those are my main points. So, but thank you for taking time. And I don't know if submitting anything is of any relevance, but
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you for your time. Next, I'd like to call Tracy Barr, please. Tracy, if you could just state your name and also your affiliation with the district, and then your 3 minutes will begin. Thanks.
No, I'm hot. Sorry. My name is Tracy Barr, and my son goes to Hermosa Valley. In a time where in California, we are teaching and preaching equality and inclusivity for all the children, regardless of their skin color, sexual orientation, and sexual identity, how can we discriminate against children based on their COVID-19 vaccination status and not call ourselves hypocrites? I know that as school district board members, you take our children's education seriously. And part of your job is to make sure that our children get the best education possible while being in an environment where they feel and are emotionally and physically safe. Therefore, I appreciate your concern during this pandemic to keep our children safe. That said, I want to remind you that unvaccinated and vaccinated children can and will spread COVID-19, as all experts have confirmed. I'm also asking you to please consider the emotional and intellectual negative impacts exclusion will have on these children that will be denied an in-person education. Implementing a mandate that refuses in-person schooling to unvaccinated children is pure, unfounded, and unnecessary segregation. What about all the children who have had COVID-19 and recovered? The mandate will not give them access to in-person learning either, unless they are vaccinated for a disease they have had and are immune for. Is that justice? Is that equity? Because I know the school is promoting equity, and the definition for equity is the quality of being fair and impartial. I know that your board members' intention is to protect not just the majority, but the minority groups in our school as well. That there is hundreds of children that will be impacted by these mandates, or hundreds of thousands, that should not matter. I'm asking you to stand for all minority groups, stand for all children. We cannot pick and choose who deserves freedom, justice, equity, and inclusivity. Either you believe in freedom, justice, equity, and inclusivity for everyone, or you don't. If you segregate and exclude children because of their vaccine status, how is that different than segregating and excluding them for the color of their skin or sexual orientation? No child should be discriminated against, period. I could send you all the laws, civil rights, and even the Constitution that backs up what I'm saying to you today. Yet I won't, because I trust you know in your heart that mandates for our children to attend school are not right. This is not in line with the values we have as a country. I hope you can stand with us so we do not lose our children's right to an education. Stand with all the other school districts in California that sent a resolution to Governor Newsom against the COVID-19 vaccine school mandates to assure equity and inclusivity for all our children. Thank you.
Thank you, Tracy. Next, I'd like to call Philip Schwartz, please.
I do love the sweaters. Especially that one. That one's really cool. Father, husband, taxpayer, Phil Schwartz. Good evening. I'm here to talk about mandates. Take a look around. Everyone here is in compliance with our first mandate, the mask. Cotton, blue, decorative, the silver bullet to coronavirus, right? Wear this and it will all disappear. COVID-19 is still here. Lockdown, mask up, repeat. It's a clear definition of insanity, doing something over and over again, expecting a different result. It's been 2 years now, and we don't even know who told us to wear this. And I know what you're thinking. Science told us to do it, right? The science. No room for debate, just do it. While other science is telling us masks don't work, now they have proven scientific evidence that masks are harmful to kids and affects their cognitive abilities. So let me ask a question. Everyone here has gone out to dinner during the pandemic? Everyone? Likely everyone in this room. And what do? We go to dinner, sit down, take off our masks. Not while we're eating, we take them off. And poof, COVID disappears. How is this any different than a classroom? It's not different. But I'm not here not to argue about science and common sense. I'm here for freedom of choice. If you want to wear a mask, wear a mask. But don't mandate it for me or my child. This mandate needs to end. Now, while we're discussing freedom of choice, let's discuss our second potential mandate, the vaccine. First comment before I continue, we all can agree that COVID-19 vaccine does not stop you from catching it or transmitting COVID. That is crystal clear. Now, we don't want to see a single child die, but the risk of death from drowning, driving in a car, or the flu are greater than the risk of dying from COVID. But children have not stopped swimming or riding in a car. the flu vaccine is not mandatory, and children have a greater chance of dying from the flu than COVID. So then, why the vaccine? Where are the benefits? Do the risk outweigh the benefit? Risk per the FDA and listed on the Beach Cities Health District website, like difficulty breathing, swelling of the face, a fast heartbeat, bad rash all over your body, dizziness, weakness, chest pain, shortness of breath, myocarditis, pericarditis, and having a fast beating or fluttering heart. And not to mention the long-term side effects that we don't even know about yet. So it's our choice to decide whether to get the vaccine, not to vaccine your child, not the government, not the school, the parents. We want choice, we want freedom. It's what this country was founded on. I leave you with a quote from Ronald Reagan. Freedom is never more than one generation away from extinction. We didn't pass it on to our children in the bloodstream. Must be fought for, protected, and handed on them to do the same. Or one day we will spend our sunset years telling our children and our children's children what it was once like in the United States, where men were free.
Thank you. Next, Betty, please. Betty Mower. Thank you. Good evening, Betty. If you could just state your name and your affiliation to the district, and your time will begin. Thanks.
I'm Betty Maurer, Grammy of a couple kids at Valley. With regard to the upcoming Panorama survey that is to be administered, I believe, on December 15th, none of the information asked for on that survey is needed for teachers to deliver lessons in reading, writing, math, science, electives, whatever the subjects are. This survey and others like it are part of the SEW guiding principle that has been adopted by Hermosa Beach School District. But these issues belong in the domain of parents, not the schools. I submitted a letter to you that was written by an organization called Parents Defending Education. The letter was written to a committee on Capitol Hill in Washington, D.C., and they asked them to investigate the use of these intrusive surveys. The letter is a lot more detailed and has a lot of stuff in there that I'd like you to read. I don't have time to do it all here. But here are the 4 main objections to these surveys. Number 1, the surveys are disdainful of parent rights. There are deeply personal and private questions that have no connection to academics, and they belong not in the school, but in the home. Number 2, collecting the survey data creates serious privacy concerns. Number 3, many of these survey questions are designed to create a pretext for introducing divisive political and social issues into every aspect of education. Panorama itself touts the SEL-SEW as social justice and as a vehicle to promote critical race theory. Panorama says that about themselves. Number 4, the vendors promoting the Panorama survey have conflicts of interest. Follow the money, do some research into Attorney General Garland's connection to the founder of Panorama. So I think as it currently stands in Hermosa Beach, this survey will be administered to all students unless parents have submitted an opt-out form. I submit to you that this should be done only on an opt-in basis. The other thing I'd like to talk to you about is I submitted a resolution that I'd like to have placed on the agenda for a vote. And here's the background. The National School Boards Association sent a letter, I'm sure you've all heard about it, a letter to the White House asking for help in curtailing outbursts by angry parents at local school board meetings. The White House referred it to the Attorney General, Garland, who wrote a memo in which he directed the Department of Justice and the FBI to intervene in and investigate these parents, labeled them domestic terrorists, who were speaking out at local school board meetings. The memo was a total overreach by the feds and a misuse of federal power in an area traditionally handled by state and local authorities.
Betty, if you could just finish your last point. Please.
Okay.
Thank you, ma'am.
I'd just like you to look at that resolution, put it on the agenda for a vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Christine, just checking any further comment cards from the chambers.
I do not have any other comment cards, Steve.
All right. And so are folks still waiting online?
Yes, we have 2 people waiting in the waiting room online.
Excellent. All right. Same rules apply. If the first person could be admitted, and if I know sometimes there's a time delay, so if we could all just be a bit patient. If the person could state their name and affiliation to the district, and then their 3 minutes will begin. Thank you.
I've admitted Carolyn from the waiting room, Stephen.
Good evening, Carolyn.
Can you hear me right now?
We can, Carolyn. You've
Oh,
just come in. Thank you.
Terrific.
Carolyn, if you could just state your name and your affiliation to the district, please. Thank you.
Sure. Carolyn Petty. Both of my daughters attended Hermosa Beach schools from kindergarten. All right, thank you. As Betty said, on December 15th, every child at Hermosa schools from 3rd grade and up will be forced to log into Panorama using their credentials and answer personal questions about who their friends are. If every parent has not opted out, they should do so immediately. Okay, I think there's a delay. So
Carolyn, if you are getting this delayed, apologies. We'll reset the clock for 3 minutes. And if you could just, when you see the clock starts, just go, and I won't interrupt you until your 3 minutes are up. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, so sorry, it kind of re-recorded. So can I start over again now?
Please do.
Okay, I'm going to start. Sorry. Okay. On December 15th, every child in Hermosa schools from 3rd grade and up will be forced to log into Panorama using their credentials and answer personal questions about who their friends are. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, Carolyn.
Okay, I'm not sure if this is
Carolyn, we can hear you perfectly. I'm sorry to interrupt you, but just because it seems as though you're stopping. So if you do get this on delay, we'll give you another go at it. Just, you'll see the clock reset. And when you want to begin, you begin, and you'll have the 3 minutes. We can absolutely hear you. So thank you for your time.
Okay, this is the last time. Sorry about that. I keep hearing it re-recording. So I'm just going to go through the whole thing and just go through it. All right, on December 15th, every child in Hermosa schools from 3rd grade and up will be forced to log into Panorama using their credentials and answer personal questions about who their friends are. If every parent has not opted out, they should do so immediately. Instead of the school district caring about education, they care about who your child has as friends. Since when is that the business of the school? Every parent should bear in mind that when children log in, their answers will be tracked, not only by the school, but by Panorama. This will happen over a number of years with Panorama owning this data on your child. This is dangerous for your child's future and an invasion of their privacy. This is most likely a violation of FERPA, the federal law that governs student privacy. But the school probably assumes most people will not want to sue their own school, so they violate FERPA anyway. People should not trust a school district when they fully invade the private thoughts. These are not innocent questions. Asking a child over and over again, they spend time with children of other races and ethnicities, is a leading question and designed to subtly begin the process espoused by critical race of viewing everything, everyone through the lens of race. Parents ask, what happens if kids answer the questions in ways in which the school or panorama disagree? This is critical race theory in action, however subtle it may appear. At the same time, the district focuses on who your child has as friends. They know that based upon the iReady scores presented at the last board meeting, 43% of the kids for most age are testing below their grade level in math, and 32% are testing below their grade level in English. Why is the school not focused 100% on remediating these shameful scores? Not only was this met with casual commentary from the board, but there was no action plan brought forward, no reflection upon school priorities, and zero discussion about training to remedy those scores, which are most likely a direct impact of school shutdown. Instead, the school, under the leadership of Jason Johnson, is planning to embark on anti-race training for all the teachers, happily run by the CRT group UCLA Center. No wonder attendance is dropping in her. Thank you, Stephen.
Thank you, Caroline. Christine, if we could admit the next person, please.
Stephen, I'm admitting Jessica.
Great, thank you. Jessica, welcome. Please make your, if you just state your name and affiliation to the district, and then you'll see the 3-minute start when you start. If there is a time delay, apologies in advance, but I'll just let you go for it. Thank you.
All right. Oh, hi. Sorry, one sec, guys. Can you hear me?
The line is, it's a little bit.
Oh, God. I'm so sorry. Can you hear me now?
Not clearly, Jessica, sorry.
Sorry. Sorry, guys. Just give me a sec, okay? Hold on.
Thank you.
Sure. Yeah.
Christine, do we have a telephone number that people can access the meeting on also? I believe we do, correct?
We do. To access us by telephone, the phone number is 669.
Jessica, we're struggling to hear you. There is an option to use a telephone dial-in if you have a better cell connection than data connection. Jessica, we're having the lines a little bit broken. We do want to hear your comment. So if you're able to get to a better data connection, or if you're able to dial in, we can provide, it's in the agenda. There is a dial-in number as well in the same document that you received for the Zoom link.
Jason, it looks like Jessica has disconnected.
Dropped. Okay. I'm just going to give her 30 seconds to see if she's able to log back in. Taylor, anything from our end technology-wise? Okay. Thank you everyone for your patience. Obviously want to try to get everyone's comments.
Stephen, it looks like Jessica's trying to connect by phone now. I'll admit her.
Great, thank you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you, Jessica, for dialing
I'm so
in.
sorry. Okay,
No,
so
thank you for joining us. If you could state your name and affiliation to the district, and then as soon as you've done that, there will be a 3-minute counter that will go down, but I'm going to not interrupt you. I'm just going to let you say your comment straight afterwards.
Okay, thank you. Okay, my name is Jessica Craig, and I am sorry, I have a kid. Oh my God, I have too many things open. I'm sorry. Hold on. Yikesy. I just want my notes up. Anyway, I have a child in 5th and in 8th at Hermosa Valley.
Thank you, Caroline.
And can you still hear me?
We can, thank you. The line is clear, so thank you for dialing in. Your
I'm
3
Jessica
minutes
Craig,
when you're
by the way.
ready. Thank you.
Okay, so I just wanted to, you guys haven't talked about this yet, but just about in terms of like the school psychologists and counselors, I noticed that you guys have had a lot of people, long-term staff leave recently, and I saw on the agenda that you're going to be using an agency for your assessments. And I am actually a school psychology intern, and I'm in my 2nd year at a different school. And I've just been, my kids have been in the system at your school, and I'm just, from what I've noticed at my other work, I wondering why you guys don't use interns for counseling in school psychs. The reasons I think it would be a good idea is because you could have on campus people who know the students, know the teachers. They could build rapport with the students. They could kind of be an extra ear, an extra body to, if a kid needs to talk or if they're having a crisis or something like that, they can support the staff that you do have so that they don't get overwhelmed or burned out. And I just think it'll reduce the need for independent other ones that cost money, obviously, for the district, because they can do assessments. You just need someone who can supervise. But I feel like you'll attract a lot of young talent who's eager, and I just think it's kind of limiting yourself to not have interns in general, because having an outside agency come in and do assessments, it's like a one-time thing, then they leave. But school psychs interns, or obviously hired ones, they can do a lot more than just assessments. They do counseling, they do school-wide interventions. They're there to support other staff. They're there to talk with teachers when teachers aren't sure what's going on. They can monitor and track the students who have IEPs. I just think, I only know you guys don't have them because 2 years ago when I did my practicum, I asked and they said they don't do it. But I think you guys should reconsider that, just given the huge increased need in mental health, support, but also in just how far behind so many students are falling. And I do think there's a lot of undiagnosed learning disabilities amongst the students at the school. And yeah, so that was just something I wanted to throw out there, because I feel like you guys are going to spend a lot of money, and I don't know that, agencies who send someone just for an assessment is really going to best meet the needs of all the kids who need help right now. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Jessica. Thank you. Just checking if there's anyone else.
I don't have anybody else waiting to make public comments, Stephen.
Okay, great. Thank you. With that, I will close public comments and move to written communication. I'll just go on behalf of the board and say that I received from Betty Maurer written communication regarding the Panorama survey, as well as affiliations with NSBA. I'll also mention other correspondence and communication in case that was also received by the board. So I received notes from Rebecca Barrios regarding vaccines, Tracy Barr regarding vaccines, Victoria Cannon regarding vaccines, also testing. I had communication with the South Bay representatives as well as CSBA on various topics. Suzanne Evans regarding the restoration projects, City Council and City Compact. Emily Venning regarding a matter complaint. Carolyn Petty regarding Panorama. With that, I'll just go down the line. Quentin, check if you received anything further or additional. Nothing? Great.
Nothing further.
I received correspondence from Aaron Smith, Jennifer Cedarquist, Mike McKnight, and Brittany. I don't know if it's Brittany Glenn or Glenn Brittany.
Great.
I don't have anything that hasn't been mentioned yet. Thank you.
Great. All right. We'll move on to superintendent update.
Thank you, Stephen. First off, I want to give a big shout out to HVPTO. Our marquee was installed over Thanksgiving break. Christine's going to pull up a picture just in case anyone hasn't had a chance to see this beauty. I'll anxiously await the unveiling here on our screen. Look at that. Big and bold. Nice. Yeah, so just a big thanks to the PTO. And it's really nice to see, kind of these final items going on to the Hermosa Vista project. And I look forward to our collaboration with PTO for the next projects as well, too, to continue to unify our 3 schools. Thank you, Christine. Much appreciated. Next, the staff holiday party, first annual staff holiday party, is going to be on Thursday, December 16th. I want to give a big shout out to a lot of local businesses, a lot of our vendors who've made great donations. We've raised quite a bit. We're going to be doing cash prizes. We're going to feed our staff, make them feel good, and send them off to winter break to rest and relax. Big kudos to Paula and the cabinet for, we had a little competition of who could raise the most money. I think we all owe Paula lunch next week. All right, next is parent conferences is ongoing this week. Big shout out to our staff. For their preparation and preparedness for the conferences. I sent a letter in December, and I just want to make a point, thank a teacher. Thank a teacher, thank a staff member. I know there's a lot going on, and this is a busy time of the year, but appreciation goes a long way, and their job is very hard. So I know many of our parents know this, they get it, but just a friendly reminder, thank a teacher. Next, enrollment. Enrollment is up. So enrollment has been steadily increasing during the fall. We're up to 1235 students. And we have actually a few requests still of permits trying to get into our district. So we continue actually in the winter here, our enrollment's climbing. So big kudos to the team and for our teachers and staff doing great things in the classroom. The word's getting around. On that note, the enrollment push is about to begin. We're moving up our enrollment and registration process by a whole 2 months. We'll be doing our orientation in late January. We're going to send out a save the date very, very soon. And I want to also just, you heard it here, hot off the presses, that full day TK Kender again. That's, new facilities at Hermosa View. And then we are also TK, if your child turns 5, right? Am I getting this right? Child turns 5 by February 2nd now. It used to be December 2nd. Now it's February 2nd. Then you are eligible to attend our TK. So big things happening. Sign up now. Call Sylvia and I will tell you all the great things about the program. We're well versed. But we're looking forward to a lot of rolling out events and more information to come. And then Sylvia's frantically writing me a note right now. Ooh, good. Yeah, and before and after school daycare as well too. So that's a huge piece. We learned that from our families. Before and after school daycare. STAR is also bumping up their registration period, and they're going to start registering on February 1st, right? Yeah. So big things happening. We're moving everything forward so our parents can plan accordingly and make sure they got their seat reserved for Hermosa Beach City School District. Next. Big shout out to the Hermosa Band. Hermosa Band played at the tree lighting ceremony. They were phenomenal. I just cannot thank Ken Harris enough. The stuff that he does with those kids is amazing. The talent is just phenomenal. And then if you want to see more, They're going to be playing also after the holiday party at 7 p.m. in the Hermosa Valley Bowl. So it's going to be a full evening for all of us, and we're really excited about it. So Hermosa Valley Bowl, it's going to be a lot of fun. Be there. And then finally, a very important announcement here. Cal did beat Stanford on November 20th. It was 41-11, and it was at Stanford. So just want to make sure everyone's aware of that important announcement. Thank you. That's all I have, Stephen.
Doug, do you want to come back on that one, or is that okay?
Yeah, the year before was in Berkeley. It was 24-23 Stanford. Stanford also won 9 of the previous 10 big games before that. So I don't think you want to start this fight.
Good banter. I'm glad to see we're a data-led organization as well. Board, any queries on superintendent update comments? Jason, I was just going to ask about the mandates and whatever else. In terms of what is the communication coming from the governor, timing, when is information sort of be coming from the state and stuff like that?
On the vaccine mandate?
On the vaccine mandate.
As of right now, there is not a vaccine mandate that's in place for children to attend school ages 5 to 18. There's been talk, and then Governor Newsom has discussed it, but as far as timeline, it's indefinite. So we're aware of it, but there has not been an update to school districts about a pending mandate. So it's hard for me to comment on it because there is no mandate right now.
Yep. Thank you. All right. With that, no further queries. I will move on to public hearing. We have item H032122, hearing on educator effectiveness grants. Sylvia.
The Hermosa Beach City School District is in receipt of an effective educators grant, and the funds will be utilized for professional learning. Public comment is requested at this time.
Great. Board, first of all, just is any queries from the board on this item? If we get to this later, is this
currently right now? It's just a public hearing, so it's an opportunity for the public to give comment, and then we will have a presentation and a board action later in the meeting.
All right. So, Christine, anyone? Well, first of all, anyone in the chambers who submits a card or request to make a comment?
Nobody in chambers has submitted a card for comment on public hearing, and I do not have anybody online waiting to make public comment on the public hearing either.
All right. Well, thank you for that. With that, we'll move on.
Even we need a, sorry, I apologize. A motion to close the public hearing.
All right, motion. Let's do it.
I move to close the public hearing.
Thank you, Jen. Do I have a second? Thank you, Doug. All right. With that, we'll close. Mo.
Board Member Cole.
Aye.
Board Member Gardner.
Aye.
Board Member Cluth.
Aye.
And President McCall.
Aye.
All in favor.
All right, thank you. With that, we'll move on to our first set of board action items. This is our annual organizational meeting section. We discussed a lot of this last week, so I think we'll just go down the line, as it were. If the board is open to this for efficiency, time's sake, if there's first items, Jason, would you suggest we take them individually, or are we able to group a significant portion of this just to help without taking individual motions?
Stephen, I would recommend taking items A, B, and C individually, and then the rest can be grouped.
All right, let's take the first 3 individually. The first item is the affirmation of review roles of board and members, governance standards, and conflict of interest. Anything from your end, Jason?
No, I have nothing to add that the board's not already aware of.
Great. Do I have a motion to approve the affirmation of review roles of board members, governance standards, and conflicts of interest?
So moved.
Thank you, Quentin. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Jen. Christine.
Board Member Cole.
Aye.
Board Member Gardner.
Aye.
Board Member Cluth.
Aye.
And President McCall.
Aye.
All in favor.
Thank you. Next, we'll have selection of officers. There is President and Vice President Clerk. That's the new title we assumed. And so, yes, this is very exciting.
Do we need to make a motion? I'd like to move to appoint Maggie Bovela Monica as president, and I'd like to move to make Doug Gardner the vice president / clerk for the 2022 year.
Thank you, Jen. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Quentin. Christine, if you could do a roll call, please.
Board Member Cole.
Aye.
Board Member Gardner.
Aye.
Board Member Cluth.
Aye.
President McCall.
Aye.
Bittersweet.
All in favor.
That is all good. Thank you. I would actually like to, just in the interest that Maggie wasn't able to make it this evening. I know she sends you her apologies. And if Vice President Clerk is open to this, I'm happy to just continue chairing the meeting and go with the flow, if that's okay. If the board is okay with me just continuing.
The Doug show can wait a year.
Sometimes it's hard to let go, but I promise I'll let go after this evening. All right. So with that, I'd just like to say thank you. We're going to do it at the end. We'll do little things. Congratulations, Maggie. Okay, we'll get to that in a second. All right, next one. Establishing date and time of regular meeting. We have our regular board meeting on the second Wednesday of the month. The closed session typically starts at 5 p.m. and our open session at 6. Do I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
I'll take Jen as the first.
Second.
And I'll take Quentin as the second. Thank you. Christine.
Board Member Cole.
Aye.
Board Member Cluth.
Aye.
Board Member McCall.
Aye.
Vice President Clerk Gardner.
I abstain. Everybody knows how I feel on this one.
All in favor, except one.
Thank you. All right, so we will group the remainder of the organizational items. These were all discussed also at the last board meeting. The first is a formality authorization of the superintendent.
Sorry, I apologize. Just for the record, it's 3 votes and 1 abstention. Yeah, thank you.
Cool. We have authorization of superintendent as executive secretary to the board. The next is adoption of resolution 08-21-22, the authorized signature for resolutions. We then have the readoption of established policies, rules, and regulations from this date through the organizational meeting of 2022. And then we have representatives to the various committees. The first one is selection of representative to the Hermosa Beach Education Foundation and the Hermosa Valley and View Vista Parent-Teacher Organization. I believe from our last meeting that was Jen. Thank you very much as first. It's probably helpful to have a second on these as well. I don't think, and thank you, Doug, just as a second. That's great. And next is the City School District Compact. That is the Board of Presidents. So Maggie, congratulations on that one. And Doug would be the second on that. Next, we have selection of representative to the Measure S facilities meetings. Those are weekly meetings, and I will continue in that role. I'm happy to continue in that role. as I've been the lead for the Measure S facilities on the View project for the last year. So I think for continuance sake, that makes a lot of sense. And also Maggie has volunteered to be second on that. Then we have selection of representative to the Local Control Accountability Plan Committee. Quentin put his hand up for that one, and I believe Doug is a second. And then we have selection of representative to the Wellness Council. Jen, thank you for your continuing service on that important matter. I don't think we discussed a second on that, so I'm happy to put my hand up if the board is okay on me. I'm seeing some thumbs up, so I will be second on wellness. Then selection of representative to the LA County School Trustees Association. Doug, thank you on that one. Again, I don't think we discussed last time around a second, but I'm happy to be on that as well. So just if there's ever meetings you can't make, Doug, happy to step in. Then selection of representative to the LA County Committee on School District Organization. Same. Thank you, Doug. And I'm happy to be a second on that. So with that, do I have a motion to approve? Do you want me to repeat it all, or I think we're good with me having sort of spelled all of that out? Do I have a motion to approve the remainder of the annual organizational meeting and appropriation to selection committees?
So moved.
Thank you, Quentin. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Jen. Christine, if you could take a roll call vote, please.
Board Member Cole?
Aye.
Board Member Cluth?
Aye.
Board Member McCall?
Aye.
Vice President Clerk Gardner?
Aye.
All in favor.
Thank you, board. All right. I'd like to be the first to say congratulations and thank you. Thank you, Maggie. As I mentioned before, I know you'll be watching this, and thank you. I'm really excited, to have your leadership in the presidency role. Your years of service to Hermosa Beach, stand before it. So it's great to have such a wonderful educator and leader in this role. And Doug, likewise, thank you for your second term on coming into things. And it's exciting. It's exciting times. So with that, I should formally pass off. Let me just finally get. Which one do I can pass? I'll just pass this one over. Good. Anything further on this one? We're good. All right. Next, we'll move on to board reports. I will ask Quentin, do you have any things to report?
No.
Okay. Jen? I believe you have one item.
I'm just going to give a little update from the Equity and Inclusion Committee meeting when we had the last time. So I'm just going to read some notes. With the committee is active. We had a lot of participants. I'm just going to count 15 people there on a pretty regular basis, which is great. And we're meeting monthly. This time we looked at the iReady data and looked at and analyzing it a bit, looking at changes from the last year to this year. Again, we all looked at the same data that's been presented to a lot of different groups at this point at the decreased levels in both math and reading. And then looking at kind of breaking through and looking to see who those students are and what we can be doing. Our biggest areas of concern as a district, and Ms. Gleck pointed this out the last time, were our special ed students and our math performance of our African-American students and our English learners. And though we have a small population of African-American students and English learners, even a small change can make a big difference in that. So just learning how we can support those students and support teachers. So we were just that took a lot of the time. We also got some feedback from the teachers that were present at the UCLA Center X Responsive Teaching Professional Development Workshop, and got a lot of great feedback on just the experience that they had listening to the moderator. And they felt like it was very engaging, and that the person that was presenting was very knowledgeable, and that they could take away some great tools back to their classroom. And we're working on the what is currently being called a response procedure, a draft, in terms of like if there are some impactful news stories in the country or in our community or globally, and potentially how or what do we and how do we take a response on things like that, or do we take a response? It was a conversation more than any sort of decision. And then we did look at, there was a question by one of the committee members just for us to review and look through what it is, tell us more about Panorama, tell us more about the company, tell us more about the questions that we're looking at, why we're looking at those questions. And I think we went through them and gave a lot of great information. There's a lot of great information on the website as to what the questions are, how parents do have the opportunity to opt out of taking the survey, the kind of information that it can give our staff to know how to work with different students, and just that social and emotional wellness of students is really important in terms of also finding equity and diversity. So did I miss anything, Dr. Johnson? I'm sure you're going to talk about it in your presentation.
No, but that was very comprehensive.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Oh, the one area that we're still working on, I feel like we've got a list of goals, and the one area that we're still working on obviously is this response procedure. So that's the only thing we haven't quite like nailed yet, I would say. It's definitely work in progress.
What was that? Response? Sorry.
It would just be like if there's a global or a community issue that, for example, like George Floyd from 2 summers ago, it's like, how do we respond to something like that? Or is there, how do we give staff a response that feels supportive?
Great. Thank you, Jan. Doug, anything from you? There was a couple of items on board reports that Maggie was going to give. The first item was around the PTO HBEF board meeting or updates. I have a couple of items just to sort of quickly cover that from HVPTO. Anyone watching? Spirit Wear pop-up tomorrow. Details 3 to 5. Get your stocking stuffers or items, gifts. You can also donate to Middle School Class Fund to celebrate middle school staff for their holidays. And both Spirit Wear and Middle School Class Funds can be purchased on hvpto.com. The HBEF, the big update is that Hearts of Hermosa, save the date if you haven't already, is March 26th. So that's a great one to line up for. There is also the annual giving campaign, as we saw this evening from the STEAM presentation, how important the contributions from the community and from families at whatever level you can give is so important. And I think that's the emphasis behind the goal of giving 100%, again, at whatever level. We know sometimes that is hard for families at sort of the contribution levels, but anything, or even donation in time is great. So that's a classroom competition by December 31st for 100%. I also had, Erin gave me the great reminder about year-end gift of stocks, as well as grandparents club letter. So those items from HBF and HBPTO. There was also an update on CSBA. I'm just aware that Maggie made it down to San Diego. We appreciate her service in going to the conference and being a representative for that for the district. So thank you, Maggie. And with no further board reports, I will move on to superintendent reports and board discussion. So first item is R25, 21, 22. Security camera update. Simon.
Good evening. My name is Simon Durin. I'm the technology coordinator here at Hermosa Beach City School District. It's good to see all of you again in person, especially you, former president Stephen McCall. So lastly, where we left off was just a couple months ago where we did the initial security camera infrastructure upgrade project. That was our proposal, which was approved. And here is a quick and brief update of the project. Next slide, please. All right, so the overall summary of our project was we installed 8 cameras at Vista currently, or known as Vista School Site, and 10 cameras at Valley. Next slide, please. The original cost breakdown is shown here. This is the same information that was listed on the original PowerPoint slide that was presented by Dr. Johnson. Just brief numbers, all costs associated with the original project did not include installation, and everything was projected at a 14-day 14-day retention policy at max resolution. Next slide. So the final cost breakdown. So we did run a tad over budget. This was in the form of a consultant and a boom lift that we had to rent just due to technicalities and safety risks. We brought in professional help due to some of the mounting locations of the cameras. As you're probably aware, the MPR is a very large building at Valley, and that was going to be a situation where we needed outside help. But overall, the project went pretty smooth, and here are some of the results. Next slide, please. So quickly, just briefly, what's being recorded. I don't want to go through all the lists, but it's 24/7. And to be clear, audio is not being recorded. That is a CIPA compliance regulation. I know that some of the neighbors or members of the community may or may not be concerned about that, but just to make it clear across the board, audio is not recorded. And right there, that picture to the right, that is an example of one of the security cameras that is mounted on the side of the NPR at Valley. I would be giving more descriptive like locations of where the cameras are, but no, that's our confidentiality. We would like to keep our camera locations discreet, obviously in event of purpose where we ever need to pull footage. Next slide, please. So here is a quick snapshot of basically what's being recorded. Top left, you have the indicator of the camera. On the top right is time, date stamped in case the footage needs to be pulled and audited in any situation. And also too, a good feature of the cameras includes heat signatures. So each of the boxes are identified as heat signatures, and it shows where they've gone or where they've been. Now, this is extremely important in issues where we are a beach community, so we run into a lot of fog, mildew. There are going to be times where there are poor lit locations. This just helps us identify or just mark who is on our campus and just gives us a more clear picture of what's really going on. Next slide, please. So this is one of our main cameras. So this one is not, this is a camera in the front and center of Vista campus. Everyone will see it as they're driving by. This camera is very special. This one, we're going to be beta testing some license plate scanning technology, which will allow us to scan license plates of any vehicles that come on and off campus. This can be extremely suitable for us in high-risk situations or heavy traffic flows, and just kind of helping us filter like what's going on with our campus. This works really well in the addition of the new visitor management system. I don't know if any of the school board members have seen, but we have the kiosks in the front office. This is really just helping make our campus like really safe and secure, especially flexing our new campus, new shiny campus with our new kiosks and cameras. It's a good look. Next slide, please. And yes, that is me. Any questions?
Thank you, Simon. Board, any queries?
Thanks for doing that work, Simon.
Yeah. Anything from you, Doug? So, you good? Yeah, I was going to say, and thank you. Thanks also. I mean, you go above and beyond with the installation here. So, I mean, while, you know, in terms of the budget, but I'm glad you were smart and not getting up. No one was trying to get into those places. So, you know, thank you so much. This is great technology and keeping things safe. So, all good.
Yeah, I just want to say thank you too. It's great to see how much just professionally you've grown and then like how professional we are now. It's awesome. So thank you.
It's weird.
And your
I
sweater,
remember myself
your
standing
sweater
here
is
just
really
like
good.
4 years ago. I'm like, whoa, lots changed.
I know. No, it just, you're super confident. It's great to see, you up here and doing that. And your sweater is outstanding tonight.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Indeed, that's strong. In terms of, is there an annual licensing fee associated with this? No.
No, sir. So due to the fact of the way I built it out, the system is it's like a Lego kind of style system. So we can add on top of it. But the subscription services that we have, this is all basic functionality. It's a 50-50 cloud solution. So the footage is stored locally on-prem on the camera itself and on the cloud. There's an app that people have access to review the footage. It's really cookie cutter. This is not going to be a recurring cost. That was what I was trying to protect the district from. This wasn't something we wanted to try. We wanted to get into an annual cost. We wanted just one time, have it work 10 years, and then we'll look at it 10 years later.
That sounds great. Thank you, Simon. No other queries? Moving on to item R26, 2122, measure as construction update. Nancy.
Good evening, board members. I'm excited to present our construction progress update at the Hermosa View School. Next slide, please. Oh, I'm short. Okay, as you know, this is our infamous sign that we removed from the front of the building. I welcome any suggestions on what to do with it. It's currently stored in one of the classrooms. Next slide, please. Okay, starting with F1 Kinder Building, we got our fire sprinkler rough-in and then our fire riser installation. Next slide, please. So we're tie-back wrapping, that's to waterproof, water and air intrusion. And then we began roofing F1. Next slide, please. Sorry. Okay, F2 Kinder Building, we got the mechanical, electrical, plumbing installed. And then we're putting up the fascia board installation at the front of the building, at the top. Next slide, please. Okay, F2 again, the framing is complete. And on the right side, we're doing our electrical vault installation. Next slide, please. Okay, again, we've got the roof going on both sides, the left and the right. And you can see it's complete on the right for F2. Next slide, please. Okay, building B. This is amazing. The walls are massive. If anyone has seen it in person, your eyes are probably this big like mine every day. So here we've got the installation of the rebar, and on the right side, we're pouring the concrete into the formed walls. Next slide, please. Okay, look at this building. This is absolutely amazing. So we're doing the electrical rough-in and we're doing the curb forming on building B on the right-hand side. Next slide, please. So we're on the left side, removing the wall forms, showing our beautiful massive walls. On the right side, we are doing waterproofing with the Tyvek like paper. Next slide, please. Data low voltage and storm drain installation on the ramp leading up to the back. Next slide, please. Site utilities are going in along the ramp also. We've got our sewer connection. Next slide, please. And then our infamous aerials. So you can see F1, we've got the roof complete, almost complete at F2. And then all the walls formed up at building B. Next slide, please. Again, another shot, aerial shot. Next slide, please. That's F1 complete with the roof. Next slide, please. Building B, those massive, beautiful walls. And next slide, please. And there's another shot of building B. So next slide, and that's it. That's
Amazing, great update. Thank you for the photos. Board, any queries?
Paul, looks like we're going to be almost done by Christmas.
Yeah.
I was going to say F1 and F2. Let's get it open halfway through the school year. This is great.
Right.
Yeah.
So any other questions?
Moving
Honestly,
forward.
go by and see the walls. They're so massive and beautiful. I recommend it. It's really, really, really cool stuff. So.
That's great. All thumbs up from our end. Nancy, thanks so much to the team. And obviously California needs the rain, but I'm keeping my fingers crossed for sort of a slightly drier by the coast session. All good. Okay. With that, thank you. We'll move on to item R27, 21, 22, the Effective Educators Grant. Sylvia.
Well, I'm excited to be here today to share with you about our Educators Effectiveness Block Grant. This is part of Assembly Bill 130, which we need for educator effectiveness for schools to provide professional learning and to promote educator equity, equality, and effectiveness. So when we received the information in regards to this grant, we wanted to keep in mind our goals for the district. And darn, everyone's going to know what our LCAP goals by the end of the year because I'm going to put it in every slide presentation. But we want to make sure that we are focusing on professional development as well as closing the achievement gap. And that is what our focus is going to be when we're looking at the Educator Effectiveness Grant. Slide, please. So what we really want to focus on is what is it? And the most important thing, it's one-time funding. And the nice thing about this professional learning grant, it can be used for teachers, administrators, our para-educators, classified staff. But what we really want to do is focus on equity, quality, and performance. Slide, please. So when we look at the overview of the grant, the nice thing is that Hermosa Beach is receiving $225,346. We do, and we are required to present a plan, which will be in the board agenda, and that the funds, it has to be approved by December 30th, 2021. And we have to do a final report in September of 2026. We have a few years to spend this, which is great in regards to making sure we have long-term objectives for our staff, that we can measure what we're doing and see growth with our students. Slide, please. There are 10 categories that we can spend the money on, and you can see the 10 categories that are listed. Based on the funding that we received, we will not be using the money in every single category. We will be using them in a few categories. Coaching and mentoring is really important to us, as well as the language art literacy piece. We want to really take that opportunity to provide extra staff day for our staff to focus on literacy. We also want to work with our special ed team to close that gap and provide them with specific targeted intervention. And we also are looking at improving our inclusive practices and helping with the new TK, adding on to that so our new teachers can get the professional development they need to provide to our earliest learners. Slide, please. You can see how we broke down the funds to equate to our whole total. As mentioned, each category is listed with the rollout for the years in the future. So I look really forward to working with our team and our staff to create some objectives and goals and to meet them with data. Slide, please.
Could you go back a slide?
Sure.
So the majority of the funding here is going to standard aligned instructions and literacy. Is that an easy translation for that? To like, it's really targeted at educational, like core educational standards and ensuring that all the teachers are doing a great job of teaching the core curriculum?
So what we're going to do is look at our iReady data, and this is going to provide the district with an extra professional development day that we can focus on. So some areas could be, when we're talking about literacy, could be in any subject area. Social studies, for example, we are looking at a social studies adoption. We are working in regards to a consultant for literacy and targeted through research-based practices. So that is where the majority is going, and it's for that additional professional development day that we're paying for.
I just wanted to link it back like super explicitly to those 3 goals that we keep repeating that you referenced at the start of the presentation. It looks to me like that line in particular, and probably other parts of here, are really kind of targeting that excellence education goal. That's what this is really in support of.
Yes, and it's also targeting K through 8 teachers, as well as paraeducators and classified staff too for support.
Great, thank you.
I was going to just piggyback on that, is that you could also say it's aligning with equity as well, because it's like improving inclusive practices and early identification and development of IEPs is a big part of our part of that mission. So great job on getting this grant. I mean, my understanding is this money is you have to apply for it. It's not just sitting out there.
We had to create the plan and have the long-term what we want and be very specific. So we looked at the areas from our data that we have, special education, our iReady data to focus on that area. And then we know that the universal TK is coming in the next few years, that we keep rolling back the date. So we want to make sure that our TK program is really strong and that our teachers have a specific curriculum to work off of, and that we know that once we get our kids in the district, they stay. So we really want to target getting those students here as early as possible.
Well, thank you for applying for the grant, filling out all this information and just making it aligned with our mission and getting it. It's a lot of money.
And it's nice because we can use it for staff, and which will affect our students.
Doug, anything from you? You good? Thank you, Sylvia. Thank you, team. Moving on to item R28, 21, 22, first interim reporting update. Paula.
Thank you, Stephen. I am here to give our first interim report this evening. Next slide. Our takeaways from the budget of a high level view is revenues and expenditures have resulted in a break-even budget at first interim. Increased staffing due to enrollment increases and contracted services for special education are the main costs of increases. And as we all know, as we've been talking about forever, managing enrollment is critical to the future funding, not only for 22-23, but and beyond. Next slide. So we'll jump in right with managing enrollment. As Jason mentioned, our current enrollment is 1235. Since we started our marketing campaign to increase enrollment, we have increased by 42 students, which is fabulous. And we're going to keep pushing. As Jason mentioned, we are starting the TK Kinder Roundup marketing campaign late February or late January. So that is going to help push enrollment as well. Our funding this year, we're still being held harmless and we're funded at 1308, but in 22-23, it will be based on our actual attendance, either prior year or current year, whichever is higher. Next slide. Here is the budget overview on my left-hand column. That was our budget at adoption. In the middle are the increases, and at first interim, that's the total budget. And the takeaway here is that we're at a break-even budget. Next slide. The budget overview. I just wanted to highlight some of the one-time revenues that the district has received that are new. The Southwest SELPA has given us 2 grants, the ADR grant and the Learning Recovery Grant. These are targeted for special education students and the special education department. So we have $92,000 to address their learning needs. In addition to that, we applied for a grant with the Los Angeles County Office of Education, which is the ELC grant for COVID It is helping us manage COVID, is covering salaries for our classified health aide as well as our district nurse, and COVID supplies and testing. New revenue that is coming in, there was an increase of $11,000 for our LCFF funding, and that's due to the increase in unduplicated population. And that's primarily due to parents taking the time to fill out their free and reduced lunch application. So I wanted to say thank you. An increase in special education, and then of course, the local revenue, the HBEF funding came in higher than initially had been planned, and we have a large donation that's being recognized at the first interim budget. New expenditures that we had planned for the first interim were the AB 1200, the negotiated increases for salaries, staffing increases since budget. We had to hire additional staff, 4 teachers, 6 paraeducators. We have 3 teachers out on a leave of absence that we're covering. In addition to that, we were able to bring back our librarian and our music teacher 100% and the art teacher for middle school. Service and operating expenditures increased, like I mentioned prior. The most cost is due to special education increase in contracted services. Next slide. When we take a look at our multi-year projections on the revenue at the top for all 3 years, there has been a slight increase. And as I mentioned, that's due to the increase in the unduplicated student population. And our expenditures came in a little bit better than anticipated. So our outlook for the 3 years is a tad bit better than it was at budget. But we are still cautiously optimistic that enrollment is going to continue to grow, and these numbers will get even better as enrollment grows. Next slide. Just a quick reminder that statewide reserves for elementary school districts, and that's what we are, a K-8 elementary district, is 20.47. Next slide. And finally, our reserves. When we look at our reserves, we have the beginning and ending balance. The reserve by percentage is what I want to call your attention to. At the end of this year, we're planned to be at 31%. And in 23-24, we're planned to be at 17.5. That's slightly lower than the statewide average. And that concludes the budget presentation. Does anyone have any questions?
Thank you, Paula. Board, Doug, any queries? No, good.
I just had a quick question. Is the ADA based on actual attendance 100% agreed to by the governor already? I thought it was still maybe in question on how they're going to do that.
There is lobbying going on right now to try and hold harmless for another year.
Yeah.
But at this point, we're planning on jumping to the budget is based on moving to the actual ADA.
So we'll probably have a better idea on what that's going to look like in May. Is that
true? Yes.
Okay. Great. That was it. Thanks,
Okay.
Paula.
You're welcome.
Quentin.
For parents and even maybe board members who aren't versed for long periods of time in school budgeting, break even is good news, right?
Break even is great news.
Okay. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
We're in a healthy place fiscally. I just want to make
Yes.
sure everybody was clear on that. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's great. Actually, Jason, you want to give any updates on SSDA or any lobbying efforts? I know that's not direct to this report, but sort of associated on.
We continue to work with Small School District Association along with CSBA and AXA, it's an administrative association. It is on all of their lobbying and advocacy for this upcoming legislative work. And then we have met with State Senator Ben Allen, Almira Suchi as well, who's always been a major ally to education. There was a follow-up with Ben Allen's staff about trying to get a bill together for either hold harmless or an average of ADA. And I think that what I would say is that it's not a done deal. There's a road to travel, but I think it can only get better. I don't think the situation is going to get worse. So Paula's presentation is certainly the worst case scenario. And I think that what we're looking at is something that will be better than that scenario coming out of Sacramento. And we actually were just at a budget presentation today, and it's looking good as far as school funding overall. And we're hoping to get, support from the state to understand that, all school districts lost enrollment, and all school districts are trying to adjust to, the most unpredictable enrollment period in the history of education. So we are hopeful, and not just hopeful, but we come in with a strategy and we're really aggressive about lobbying to our local officials and then also to our advocacy groups.
Thank you, Jason. Thank you, Paula.
Okay.
Oh,
Just one other point of clarification. I just, lest anybody watching forgets this, I think we're feeling really good about where we are fiscally, which is fantastic. That's one of our 3 main goals. But we owe a huge debt of thanks to the community for that. Without the HBEF funding, you highlighted that in your presentation, that local funding is key to our good fiscal health. So thank you to the community, and please keep it up.
Yes. Thank you.
indeed. Thank you. Moving on to item R 29, 21, 22, culturally responsive campuses. Sylvia.
I'm happy to be here to talk about our culturally responsive campuses. Our culturally responsive campuses fosters respect and understanding of others, and by providing equitable access to education and supporting tolerance of those who look different or have special needs, creates a positive effect on our learning environment and also increases students' capacity to learn. Slide, please. So when we look at our LCAP goals, our goal number 1 is really the focus on equity and inclusion, and we just want to build our capacity with our students, our staff, and families, and this is why we're doing the work that we are doing. Slide, please. So October, it was the highlight of American Indians, Alaska Natives, and Native Hawaiian peoples. It was an exciting time. We had a lot of activities going on in October. There was a great focus on our Native Americans. Slide, please. We also focused on bullying as well, which was a school-wide theme, and a drug-free Red Ribbon Week was also happening. And the activities for our drug-free Red Ribbon Week were K through 8. They just looked different at each level, because when we're talking about middle school students, they're going to do something different than our elementary school students, but it was participation district-wide. Slide, please. So in regards to Red Ribbon Week, one thing that I'm really happy that Dr. Johnson did bring is we had a Halloween parade, and it was a lot of fun. The kids really enjoyed it, and it was about just having a happy and healthy celebration. So I'm the witch at the bottom with the big hat, so I participated in it as well. And it was just great to be out there and have the kids enjoy. There was dance parties at Hermosa Vista. Hermosa Valley, it looked a little bit different. I'm really impressed with our counselor at Hermosa Valley. She did a safety net lesson with students, and that was provided to all students on campus. And that provided students the ability to teach them how to ask for help or how to create a plan if they needed coping strategies. You can see the art that was presented by Miss Ripley's class. They did chalk drawings going up to school. Our lower elementary kids and our elementary kids, they love getting dressed up and they love participating in all the dress up days. So they enjoyed that aspect, but there was a little bit of something for everyone. And our counselors also had coffee with the counselors for families as well. just to talk about some of the topics that were discussed during that week. Slide, please. In the library, there was a focus on bullying, and a lot of different books were available to students. Ms. Myers, she does go into the classroom and do lessons with her students in the middle school. The books were displayed and students can choose what they wanted to choose. So the book on Posted was about broken friendships on social media and failures of communication between students. So that's just a very relative book right now that was brought up and that the kids were able to look at. There was also some websites and resources that kids could look at as well at Hermosa Valley. Slide, please. November, we did highlight the Native Americans. Slide, please. Slide, please. There's a lot of exciting stuff going on in the campus. At Hermosa Vista, they had a virtual assembly, and I think that's one thing that COVID taught. That was one great thing COVID brought us. We can now have assemblies virtually with people from all over the world. So they had someone from the Gabrielino tribe, and the kids were able to learn about those traditions and cultures, and they really enjoyed that. At Hermosa Valley and Hermosa View, there were books available for students. They were able to learn a little bit about the code talkers in an appropriate way with children's books and picture books. And so it was a great way to tie in the whole theme. Slide, please. In Hermosa Valley, our third graders learned about American history. They were able to look at artifacts via the internet, and they also had book studies that they can use. So I really appreciate our librarians really owning the culturally responsive classrooms and what we're doing and providing those resources for our students to use. Slide, please. December, we are promoting inclusive and accessible just for all students, and we want to highlight the students on our campuses. Slide, please. So we are focusing on Disability Awareness Month, just letting every student know at school that everyone's different and how we can be inclusive so everyone can be included in our school culture. And then that includes in the classroom as well as outside of the classroom, recess and lunch. Slide, please. And I'm really excited about the work that the schools are doing. So one thing is we have a program called Pebble Go in our lower elementary, and our culturally responsive resource specialists were able to pull a list up for our teachers to use in how to address any lessons on disabilities. So in the lower elementary level, I know Ms. Ager did a lesson, I believe on deaf students, and that we have the materials at our school. And then as well as if our students wanted to learn more and they're non-readers, you can go on Pebble Go and it will read a story for you and highlight the key vocabulary words. There was also many virtual assemblies that were held. Ms. Tanita provided some videos for her teachers to share. This video, I wish we had time to watch it, but it's a great video. I would love to send it to you. It was just about inclusiveness, and it focused on a common theme that all kids like is Star Wars, and how if you have a common theme, it doesn't matter where you're at, there's still that connection. Valley, I am very excited about their work they're doing with the Friendship Foundation. They have created a partnership with the Friendship Foundation, and they are pairing up students with that are in our special day class and providing activities. And Ms. Bledsoe had said that there's so much participation, everyone wants to participate. So it's great that we have students who are willing to learn about others, and we're linking our students to other students on campus. Slide, please. We're really pushing our librarians this year. Like, there's so much in our libraries. If you're a parent and you want to introduce your child to anything, there is a book for everything. And Ms. Myers and Mr. Rat have done a great job in cultivating our libraries so that there is something for everyone. So for Disabilities Month, I know that book, Rescuing Jessica, is about the Boston bombing and during the marathon, and about a girl who gets a dog and how the dog and the girl's relationship is. And it just teaches from a different perspective. So when kids now see a person with a therapy dog, like, what does it mean? And it provides more context to children. And then there was other books that were shared at Hermosa Valley. One other great thing is that another book, it's a picture book with the cat, and it just kind of shows different people. So the younger kids can relate to how different people look. And on a side note, we had social studies adoption committee, and we were able to bring a lot of these books for people in the committee to see the work that we're doing. And they were really impressed with our selection that we have at our school. Right, please. Any questions?
Thank you, Sylvia. Any queries?
No query. Just want to say thank you to the entire staff and administration for continuing to push forward all of these programs and concepts. It's so important for all of our kids to be exposed to all these different cultures and ideas and everything. It's just a key to, as you said at the beginning, making sure the educational opportunity for everyone is the best it can be. So thank you for continuing to push these forward.
Thank you, Doug. Quentin, good? Thumbs up? Jen?
No.
Double thumbs up. All right. Thank you, Sylvia. Moving on to item R30, 2122, equity and inclusion update. Holiday sweater, I can tell.
Yeah. Hi, how are you all doing? Major kudos to the staff here with the Christmas sweaters. I'm very proud. I'm very, very proud of all, particularly that hat of Paula's. Tonight, I'm gonna give us an update about the equity and inclusion work. This is the next benchmark, and so we're reporting at the end of this first trimester. Slide. Just a quick summary here in our performance. We had 12 objectives that were the product of the work of the Equity Task Force last year. We are in the action stage, which also includes additional planning between November and December 2021. And we are currently on target for 11 out of our 12 objectives. Slide. This is a slide that we've been showing over the course of since the plan was created in June. I want to take a moment with this slide just to point out that the vast majority of these items are academic in nature, and they are centered on academic achievement. If you think about our goals, I would liken culture of excellence and academic achievement to be the race car. And financial stewardship, and that work to be the gas that goes in the car. And I would say that our work in equity and inclusion is the engine that makes it go. Really, a school's horsepower per se, is its ability to serve all of its students so that all students can achieve. And that is hard work. And in many ways, that is the work. Good instruction serves all students. And this work from the get-go has always been focused on providing the best instruction for our students so that all students can learn. I really do believe that, like some of our highest achieving students, like will thrive likely in any environment. However, the vast majority of students will thrive because we put in the work to make them do so. And that is really the purpose of the work of equity and inclusion. And it's not new. It's been the work of education since its inception. So I definitely appreciate the work, and I would encourage all to continue to reflect upon this slide. And when you break it down, you can see, as we'll go through, that the center of our focus here is on academic achievement. Thank you. Slide. So objective one, we continue on with our committee made up of parents, staff, and community. They've done a great job. They've been a great group. We've had fantastic discussions. Everything that you see here tonight has been reviewed by this parent committee, and we've received feedback on. Our most recent meeting, we did our iReady data analysis. We debriefed about our professional development session. The feedback was very positive from our teachers that serve on the committee. And we also reviewed survey data from our teachers that was also positive. I'll talk a little bit about that in a second. And then we're doing some work with our response procedure. Slide. The Fontes and Pinnell benchmark assessment is the gold standard in reading assessment for students. What I appreciate about the Fontes and Pinnell reading assessment is that not only is it an accurate assessment, it also helps demonstrate to the teaching staff what a child needs in order to make growth in reading. That is really the true purpose of the assessment, not just to provide a letter saying this is how your kid performs, but to also instruct the staff about how to support that child. The FNP system, I'd like to point out, is also not new to our district. It was actually been implemented several years ago, but what we found was it hadn't been implemented to fidelity. And our goal is to ensure that not only are all students grades 1 through 5 receiving the FNP assessment, kindergarten will get it at trimester 3, that's the timeline, but also that we're tracking that data and that data does not disappear, and that we'll track student growth, particularly for those students that are at risk, through the course of their time here in Hermosa. The results are being completed. There's Leah Navas working really hard and inputting her data from the FNP assessment. And those results are currently being shared during parent conferences, which is an opportunity for the teacher to talk through the results of that assessment. Slide. The panorama assessment, as given last year as well too, it's the same survey that was given last year. It is being completed on December 15th. There was a parent information letter that included the survey itself. I also encourage families to read the survey data. It is the survey and the survey data. It is very short. However, I do believe that the questions give us great insight into how we're supporting the social emotional needs of our students, which I also believe is essential to their academic achievement at school. And there is a great deal of research that backs up going as far back as 40 years to show that there is a strong relationship between the resilience and social emotional well-being of students and their academic achievement, as well as inquiry into about the experience of our students, and how they connect with students of a different ethnicity or culture on our campus. I think this is important for all students. I think it's also important for us to recognize that the experience of individual students on our campus is not the same, and that a student that is a minority or any other group may perhaps have a different experience than a student that is the majority. That's important for us to capture and to be aware of. That said, there's also an opt-out that you can do if you do not feel comfortable with your child taking the assessment, but I definitely recommend that one reviews the assessment before doing so. Slide. Oh, and I apologize. There will be a board presentation on those results like there was last year in January. The objective 4 TriMark benchmark assessment system. So as we've mentioned that like the engine is understanding, like the performance of our students and then doing something about it. So it's one thing to assess, but it's another thing to actually have an understanding of the data you're looking at. We are not waiting for the California assessment in order to understand how our students are doing at the end of the year. We're building out an assessment system where we are taking checks during the course of all 3 trimesters so that our teachers can utilize data in order to adjust their instruction. We're also taking multiple measures because one measure is not really that useful. You need 3 measures in order to triangulate the data to understand, how a student performs in a variety of assessments. So major kudos to our teachers. Here are the assessments you see, and we'll be building out this data, which I'll talk later about how we're storing it. Slide. This is our data tracking system, which is now online, and we're finishing the final design on it, working with Vicky in the business department with Sylvia. We have currently already uploaded our iReady data. And now that we're collecting our FMP data, it'll be uploaded into PowerSchool. Why is this important? Well, prior, in order to get data, you had to go to 5 different places in order to find it. And typically teachers don't have access to those places or the time to go looking. So in turn, now that data will be stored, in the student information system. So a teacher simply just click in PowerSchool and they can look at that student's performance, not just this year, but in all the years that they attended Hermosa. This is the foundation that we're working on in order to build pillars for achievement. So I do find another thing that will be very important is if a student is at risk or struggling, there is record and history so that that student is not starting over every year and their teachers understanding about what they need in order to thrive. Slide. This is the equity dashboard. So the equity task force and committee last year determined that rather than solely relying on the California state dashboard to report on our achievement data, that we needed something that was more connected to our local indicators or our local assessments, as well as something that would be updated more frequently than what the CDE does, which is just once a year. So Hermosa not only is taking its achievement performance seriously and taking steps in order to build upon it, we're also being transparent about how we're performing and publicly sharing that information on a trimester basis. This is important because if we're doing the work, we want to show that we're having an effect. If it's not working, then we'll try something different in order to do better. But the important thing is that all will be able to see this data by simply clicking on our website, and it done, as you see there, in a digestible way that all families can understand. So we're currently in the process of uploading our most recent assessments, which are being taken here at the end of the trimester. And we look forward to, in January, having the site go live. Slide. So one of the more important meetings that take place on a campus is a student success team. The student success team process is when we bring together the education team, including a counselor or an administrator and the teacher on record, in order to support a student that is not making grade level progress. So what we found, though, is that this process was a bit disjointed, particularly from school site to school site, and there was no common database of tracking these students. So a student may receive intervention one year, but then we were struggling to keep record of that student year to year. So each year the student was starting over again. Working with our principals, we've built out a database where that student information is stored and will be transferred grade level to grade level each year in a standardized way. Here you can see we're able to collect data and statistics now based upon the SSTs that have been conducted per students, as well as the special education assessments that have been conducted and in relation to those SSTs. The form you see below is a standardized form. There's slight adjustments from elementary to 6 through 8, but we're moving towards a standardized system that is trackable. Slide. We have conducted a professional development with UCLA Center X. It was conducted by Dr. Orange, who also works with Manhattan Beach Unified School District, as well as Los Angeles County Office of Education. I attended one of the trainings as well too. She was phenomenal. It was an hour-long training, and the purpose of the training was just to think about who are the students in your room and how do we think about how they perceive the room. And that's important. Each learner brings a very different experience to the classroom, and our understanding of that makes us better teachers. It helps us better have those students thrive emotionally as well as academically. There was a lot of positive feedback, a lot of good discussion. We're looking forward to the next session that's going to take place in January. We did conduct a survey, and on a 1 to 5 scale, the survey on average, we received a 3.6 rating. Slide. Tier 1 to 3 interventions. So tier 1 to 3 interventions, for those that are not in education, means tier 1 is what all students receive. I mean, like, in order to be successful. I mean, like, that could just be differentiation or teaching a lesson, different ways in the classroom where all students have that experience. Tier 2 might be a more directed intervention that also takes place in the classroom. So if you pull a small group, like on a regular basis, in order to work with certain students on a focus skill. And tier 3 is more restrictive, but it may be like a systematic intervention that takes place usually outside the classroom, and that may be special education services, for example. Our goal is to work with our staff on tier 2 interventions. What happens before a student is assessed for special education, and also recognizing that a student shouldn't have to wait to be assessed for an IEP before they receive intervention. So we have built out a program that we purchased last year and have begun training our teachers with, called Level Literacy Intervention. And I had the pleasure of seeing it in practice at Hermosa Vista in my last visit. Very exciting. We also have several other programs here at the K2 level, including our after-school intervention for reading and for math, which is a little more restricted, but it's targeting still those level 2 students, but it's taking that instruction outside of the school day. Slide. At Hermosa Valley in grades 3 through 5, we've really tried to build out our 6 through 8 intervention. We weren't happy with what we were able to get to last year in our intervention at the 6 through 8 level. So we've built out Air Tutors Math Support. Thank you to the board for approving that. And then we've also developed, with support of our teachers, a student academic support class that will begin in January, targeting 6th through 7th grade students who have been struggling in the first trimester, and will serve as their elective in order to teach them study skills as well as support them with their academic classes. And then after school, there will also be an intervention in math and reading. Slide. For objective 10, we have our school-wide programs. I won't go too into the depth because this is part of what Ms. Gluck presented on. Though I am very, very pleased in working with our responsive practice specialists who have been working with us in order to push out programming for our school-wide themes that you saw, and really trying to help our teachers highlight these activities in the classrooms while not creating more work for them as well too. So delivering that content to them. And kudos to our librarians, and thank you HBF for our librarians, and also helping to push out that content through reading activities. Slide. On that note, objective 11, we've begun working with our responsive practice specialists. That's Miss Ager at the 1st grade level, Miss Myers, who works in our library, and Miss Cedarquist at the 4th grade level. They've been putting together lessons which you see, such as, for example, a highlight of Pebble Go, learning about people with disabilities, and fun activities that just give a broader understanding to our students about different types of people. So far, it's been going well. They're putting out their first newsletter in December, and we continue to work with them in order to provide resources for our staff. They're a great team, by the way. I'm really excited that they're doing this work. Slide. Objective 12 is where it's still a work in progress. I've been working with the LA County Office of Education, as well as school districts that have been engaged in this work for much longer than a few years, in some cases up to 6 to 8 years. And we've been trying to create a procedure matrix in the event that there was an event that the district would need to respond to that would be an incident that may inspire bias or require a response from the school. It's a difficult work, and I think it needs to be done carefully as well too. And I would put to the board that this is something that we should take our time with. I have reached out to Dr. Orange. I've been in communication with other districts, as I've mentioned, and the committee is working closely. We're going to talk about a few scenarios, but it's been slow going, but I think that's for a reason, that it's something that should be handled with great care. Slide. So in closing, those again are our objectives review. I think that you can see that this work is progressing. The engine of our school district is humming. And I look forward to this work continuing because I think it's building a strong foundation, not just for this year, but for the next 10 years of achievement in our district. Slide. Thank you. At this time, I'll take any questions.
Thank you, Jason. Board, any queries? I'll start down this end. Quentin.
I've got an observation and a question. So my observation is just that, a lot of this stuff in here, this is tabbed on the agenda as the equity and inclusion update, but I thought you did a really compelling job of articulating how connected much of this agenda is to educational excellence. And I just think it's good to emphasize that and clear. And I hope anybody watching this kind of took that away, because I think the 3 goals that we have are not mutually, they're not separate, isolated goals. They're really mutually reinforcing goals. And I think you did a really good job of displaying that, whether it's the F&P benchmark assessments or the tri-benchmark systems or the SST redesign. Those are just absolutely bullseye aimed at educational excellence and making sure that educational excellence is broad-based, which is fantastic. So that was my observation. My question is, this presentation touches on all the pieces of, I guess, a process and a system, which I applaud because, that establishes rigor and establishes a continuous improvement, mindset and approach that will, I hope, track through the system for years. But if somebody wanted to know more about outcomes rather than process, what would you say to somebody who's saying, gosh, I saw iReady assessments that said there was, a lot of kids not at grade level. What would you say to them about, how Hermosa as a district is performing in terms of just pure outcomes with kids at or below grade level relative to other districts, or whatever sort of comparison point you'd give to that?
Yeah, well, one, I would say it's a misunderstanding of the iReady data, that's a diagnostic data. So to look at that data and say that there's students performing below grade level, I would probably show that person, which is also in the presentation, the trimester 1 data from last year as well too, which was actually, relatively pre-COVID. And those results are comparable as overall achievement. And why I say it's a diagnostic is that diagnostic assesses students at the beginning of the year on all the standards. So the reason you see so many students performing below grade level is because the year is not over. It's still the beginning of the year. And at the end of the year, when you take that assessment, I will guarantee now the results will be higher because that is actually a comprehensive assessment. In that case, not a diagnostic. You would say, wait, but it's the same test, relatively, obviously adjusted, so the questions are not the same, which is the purpose of a diagnostic. It's to understand where you need to go. In regard to the performance overall, January is when we review our progress, and that is also when we're inputting this data. And that is purposeful because that's when all the data will be collected by then and inputted, and we can review achievement and what we want to do. I'd also highlight too, in regard to achievement, in relation to other schools. So we are looking to put together that other data. One thing we do find that is a challenge is that not all districts share their data like we do publicly, particularly localized assessments. The ones that do, not only is it comparable, we perform well. And there's a long history of that as well too. Areas of concern that I have is the performance of students with special needs. We saw a dip in that performance on one measure, but that's also a national standard, that the loss of performance with students with special needs and students in general is experienced across the board. We aim to do better. I think we do and are doing better in relation to other school districts. But I also think that we need to see that data in January and have the time to look at it as a try versus just a single measure that's a diagnostic.
Thanks. And just to play that back to make sure I understood it, you can't measure how the achievement of your sixth grade students in the second month of sixth grade. You need to look at it at the end of sixth grade, just as a for example.
I think that you absolutely can measure the achievement of your students 2 months in the sixth grade. I don't think that you can say that schools are failing because
they haven't finished the sixth grade curriculum.
And it's diagnostic. It's not intended to be viewed that way.
Understood. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, Quentin. That was you had my question, so I just wanted to clarify that because I remember initially when I saw the data, I had that exact same question, but when someone explained it's just at where it is at the semester, or that quarter, or that point in the year, that students hadn't learned all those standards yet, so they were going to get lower scores. That made a lot more sense, and the data made sense. I'm just excited that this kind of platform, or this what we're building here, is going to be so instrumental in like helping continue to build rigor in this community. And just, I know it's a lot of work for teachers to put and do all sorts of these assessments, but hopefully they'll see the rewards for learning how to like look at the data and share the data. But I just really want to thank them for doing it and taking it, just joining us on that. I'm just also curious to see how the iReady data and their Fontes and Pinnell data like kind of came together. That'll be really fascinating to see. So maybe it'll tell some of the same picture, maybe it'll tell a different picture. So it'll be interesting to see what that is. So thank you for the presentation. It's nice to see it kind of all come together. And thanks for the question before that, Quentin. It was mine as well.
I agree. And thank you, board members. Great questions and great builds and clarifications. I'm sort of more of a question for the future. And I'm just curious, because again, building on the point about data and tracking over time, which I think is phenomenal to be able to have that wherewithal. I'm curious, TK, maybe even in the future, should facilities or provisions provide to preschool? Is some of this data diagnostics able to be used at the younger grade levels? I don't know if the FMP and things like that goes at a younger grade levels. I think you touched on kinder. I just wanted to clarify that.
So in our TK kinder full day enrolling 5-year-olds February 2nd, we have the FMP assessment, but it's not done until trimester 3. Okay. And the reason being is on the spectrum of A through Z reading on the Fontes and Pinnell, 90% of kindergartners are going to be A. And that's because like they're still developing phonemic awareness, lettered, print concepts. And so kindergarten teachers have their own assessments that they utilize. They're very short. They're all of the skills that are the bridge skills of pre-reading. And those are much more efficient and much more accurate. They don't come in a letter because they're individually block-based. But by the trimester 3, that's when an FMP assessment is more relevant. for them. So that's when we'll see that data. iReady begins at first grade. I mean, like, and that is really because of the test is online, and the same thing that, many of our kindergartners are still emerging readers. So the assessment is not beneficial for them, or their time in the same way that it might be even at first grade. It's very difficult to provide an online assessment. So I would say that like that first grade is when you'll see like the rigor of those assessments, but it doesn't mean by any means that we're not doing assessments at TKK.
That's great.
Yeah.
Thank you. Awesome. Thank you. All good.
Doug, did you have a? Yeah. Okay.
Slacking. Follow me.
I did have one other question.
Please.
It's
yeah,
just a
please.
wonder. I'm sure you're all seeing this, and all these assessments and things are going to give us some data about kids, but there were so many gaps that were missing from last year to this year, just a school for all grades, in all places. School, Hermosa, doesn't matter where you are in this country, there's gaps with kids. And I'm just going to continue to ask this question every time we meet, which is like, the gaps are bigger now. And so how are we got to do different things. We have to think differently. And I'm not sure we're programmed yet to think differently on how to close those gaps. We're doing a lot of the same things that we've been doing for years to close the gaps. And I'm just putting it out there with like, everyone just keep thinking about what can we do? The gaps are big. We can't just ask the teachers to do it. We can't ask kids to go to 2 English classes and 2 math classes and more, it's just at some point we have to start thinking about how do we close those gaps differently. So I'm just putting it out there.
Yeah, I think that's a good point. If I may just before something, I totally agree. And I think that there are some initiatives that are trying to get out of the box. Some of them we don't qualify for because of our socioeconomic status and how the state is funding those types of programs. For example, there's a program where it's an after school, like beyond the day program. But unfortunately, we don't qualify for that type of funding. What I would say though, is that this work, I think we should all, the board included, because it originally started with a board task force. We are doing work that is ahead of the curve as far as making it a central district focus to support these students. Many times, and speaking as a former special education teacher, work and intervention of at-risk students is periphery work. And so I think that that's important to acknowledge. I would also say that it's important to have pillars or foundations of intervention work. Again, also speaking as a former special education teacher, as like in order to do this work. So I would say that the work that we're doing is essential. And I would say before we chase a program or something out of the box, to ensure that the foundation, is working for what really is. These intervention systems, they work. They're research-based. SSTs, level literacy intervention, like these are programs that work. We just have to stick with them. And we have to put our energy toward them and lean in. And I will say I have seen it with my own eyes, like we will see gains.
Good. Thumbs up. Thank you, Jason.
Thank you.
All right, board, moving to consent. Do I have a motion to approve the items on the consent calendar?
So moved.
Thanks, Quentin. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Doug. Christine, if you could take the roll call, please.
Board Member Cole?
Aye.
Board Member Cluth?
Aye.
Board Member McCall?
Aye.
Vice President Clerk Gardner?
Aye.
All in favor.
Thank you. I'd just like to add, particularly there were a number of notable gift items, and I just want to say to those community members, some actually are outside of our community. So thank you very much for the donations. Some of them were health and so forth, but thank you sincerely. It goes a long way. All right. I was going to ask if Would a 2-minute quick recess before we get into board action items be okay? I'm getting an okay. Oh, thumbs up on the okay. All right, we'll just take a 2-3 minute quick recess if that's okay, and then we'll get back into our board action items. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Just as we readjourn, are we all good? Cameras and everything's back? Jason, you good? Great. Moving on to, or continuing with now with board action items under superintendent items. We'll take the first one, S22 2021, the Board of Education compensation. Jason.
All right. It is recommended to the board to discuss and possibly waive the monetary composition by the school board. This has currently been the precedent. Yes, that's my recommendation to the board. It's partially a discussion, but I don't know. I don't know if It's not worth the money.
Ho, ho, ho. All right. Board discussion or motion. I don't know if anyone wants to open it up for further discussion. How are we doing?
No, I'll move to, again, I guess, waive the monetary compensation by the school board members.
I will second. Christine, if you want to do the honors.
Board Member Cole,
Aye.
Board Member Cluth,
Aye.
Board Member McCall,
Aye.
Vice President Clerk Gardner,
Aye.
all in favor.
Thank you. Well done, board. All right, moving on to S23 2021, California School Boards Association Delegate Assembly nominations.
It is recommended the board to suggest a nominee for candidate for the CSBA Association Delegate Assembly. One of you might have a board member in mind who may not be present. So if one of you could consider nominating that person. Thank you.
Thank you, Jason. Well, boards, anyone here present want to put them? I mean, it does make sense. There's the only thing I would clarify is because it's the 22-24 term as well.
Yes, we went through this last year as well too. We pulled up the video and we're okay. We can nominate that person.
All right, very good.
I'd like to nominate Maggie Bovee-LaMonica for this position.
I joked
She
about it, but we wouldn't nominate.
enjoys this position, and I would like to see if she'd like to continue to do that. So I'm not even asking her. I'm going to nominate her. We're going to vote her in, I bet. Let's see. Anybody want to second that?
I just have one question. Do we have other things we can nominate Maggie for since she's not here? But I will second it.
Okay. Thank you for that. Christine.
All right, Board Member Cole,
And just to confirm, she would like to do this. I don't want to actually.
I would not allow this if she was not.
and I guess also to further clarify, because her term finishes, and so whether she would continue. Yeah. Okay. Good.
You all can nominate Maggie Bovee-LaMonica.
Thank you. All right. Good.
So aye.
Board Member Cluth,
Aye.
Board Member McCall,
Aye.
Vice President Clerk Gardner,
Aye.
all in favor.
Thank you, Christine. Moving on to business item B60 2021, the first interim report for 2021-2022.
Thank you, Stephen. It's recommended that the board approve the 21-22 first interim positive certification so that it can be submitted to the Los Angeles County Office of Education by December 15th.
Thank you, Paula. Yeah, well done. Any queries, comments, apart from awesome?
I move to approve and certify the first interim report.
Great. I second. Christine.
Board Member Cole,
Thank you, Paula. And yes, aye.
Board Member Cluth,
Aye.
Board Member McCall,
Aye.
Vice President Clerk Gardner,
Aye.
all in favor.
Thank you all. Item B61 21-22 fiscal year 2021-2022 budget revisions. Oh,
Thank you, Stephen. Approval is recommended for the 21-22 budget revisions for the first interim report. This is the financial obligations that go from us to the Los Angeles County Office of Education. Just paperwork.
got it. Thank you. Board, any queries? Seeing none. Do I have a motion to approve item B61 21-22, the fiscal year 2021-22 budget revisions?
So moved.
Thank you, Jen. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Quentin. Christine.
Board Member Cole,
Aye.
Board Member Cluth,
Aye.
Board Member McCall,
Aye.
Vice President Clerk Gardner,
Aye.
all in favor.
Next item is B62 2122, the Educator Effectiveness Block Grant. Sylvia.
It is recommended that the board approve the Educators Effectiveness Block Grant. I spent some time today sharing with you how we are going to spend the money and how it's going to affect staff as well as students. So I ask that you approve this.
Right. Board, any queries, comments?
Oh, I was going to ask, I didn't see that on the monies in Paula that on your report. Is that correct?
That's correct. It has not been recognized on the first interim report. It'll be added at second interim.
Okay. Thanks.
And according to Sylvia's plan, we won't be spending any money this fiscal year. So it'll just be sitting money in reserve until next fiscal year. And then a budget will be included.
Okay, great. Thanks.
Right. Do I have a motion to approve the item B62 2122, the Educator Effectiveness Block Grant?
So moved.
Thank you, Quentin. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Doug. Christine.
Board Member Cole.
Aye.
Board Member Cluth.
Aye.
Board Member McCall.
Aye.
Vice President Clerk Gardner.
Aye.
All in favor.
Thank you. Item B63 2122, contract for non-auditing accounting services. Paula.
It is recommended that the board approve this contract for not auditing services with Eide Bailey. This training, it'll be professional development training for the business office. So I recommend approval.
Thank you. Board, any queries? Seeing none, no comments. Do I have a motion to approve item B63 2122, the contract for non-auditing services, accounting services with Eide Bailey?
So moved.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
Second.
Great. Christine, if I could.
Board Member Cole.
Aye.
Board Member Cluth.
Aye.
Board Member McCall.
Aye.
Vice President Clerk Gardner.
Aye.
All in favor.
Thank you. Item B64 2122, agreement for flex benefits with Navia Benefit Solutions. Paula.
Approval is recommended for this contract with Navia Benefit Solution. Our current provider, Affordable Benefits, is merging with the mother company of Navia Benefits. So they're the subsidiary that will take care of our flex spending accounts.
Got it. Board, any queries, comments? Yes, Jen.
Just had a quick question for employees. Will they feel the difference on this, or will they have to do anything, or is it going to cause any upheaval?
It's an annual enrollment. It comes with health benefits every year, so you can elect to participate at annual enrollment time. So there is a form that they need to fill out. Should be no pain and all gain. This company is digital in the 21st century. So they'll have a debit card. They no longer have to submit reimbursements. It's going to be a plus for them.
Great. And who in our district, just so, who takes care, if someone has a question about health benefits, do they go to Christine? Do
Christine.
they go? Yeah. Great. Well, that's a nice person to go to. Thanks.
Indeed, thank you. Seeing no other queries, do I have approval? Do I have a motion to approve item B64 2122, the agreement for flex benefits with Navia Benefit Solutions?
So moved.
Thank you, Jen. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Doug. Christine.
Board Member Cole.
Aye.
Board Member Cluth.
Aye.
Board Member McCall.
Aye.
Vice President Clerk Gardner.
Aye.
All in favor.
Thank you. Item B65 2122, telecommunication service upgrade at Hermosa Valley School. Simon.
One moment. It is recommended that the Board of Education approve the proposal from Gateway Tona to provide telecommunication services for Hermosa Valley School campus. Just brief background, just in case. So the vendor Gateway Telnet has been HBCSD's primary telecommunication vendor for over 20 years, and they definitely have HBCSD in their best interests.
That's great. Thank you. Any questions to Simon on this item?
Just real quick, what is this going to be any kind of new functionality or capabilities?
Yes. So the previous phone system, like the phone system we've adopted at the district office, Vista, and as well as View to be determined. It will allow all the site campuses to use inter-district transfers and obviously more functionality behind the usage of the phones, because the phone system that we have currently at Valley is about 20-something years old, even older.
So this is a modern.
Yes, it's a modern upgrade it's a necessity at this point.
Got it. Thank you.
Well, do I have a motion to approve item B65 2122, the telecommunications service upgrade at Hermosa Valley School?
So moved.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you very much. Christine?
Board Member Cole,
Aye.
Board Member Cluth,
Aye.
Board Member McCall,
Aye.
Vice President Clerk Gardner,
Aye.
all in favor.
Thank you. Item B66 2122, consultants agreement for professional development services. Sylvia?
It is recommended that the board approve the consultant agreement with Just Right Literacy. This year, we are addressing learning loss, and we want to ensure that our teachers are using a research-based strategy for the classroom. So we are training our teachers with the LLI, the level literacy intervention, and the cost for this will be coming out of our expanded learning grant. So I ask that you approve this.
Thank you. Board, any queries? Comments? None, seeing none. Do I have a motion to approve item B66 2122, the consultant agreement for professional development services with Just Right Literacy?
So moved.
Sorry, I didn't have a question. I had a comment.
Please. Okay.
I just was thinking about some of the comments earlier and just how many of the it's a point I want to make, just that there are a lot of programs, if you're paying attention, things like Just Right Literacy, Fontes and Pinnell, the new social studies curriculum. These things are all very academic focused. So I just want to, if there's people in the community that are wondering whether we are only focusing on social and emotional wellness, no, like we are focusing on both things. And these are these grants that you're getting, and these professional developments that you're giving are kind of critical components to kind of building a really strong foundation, academic foundation. And we're trying to access things through social and emotional wellness too. So I'm just wanting to make sure that that is not just glossed over, because Just Right Literacy is all about reading. So, and level literacy intervention is all about reading. So just wanted to put that out there. Just make sure people are paying attention. That's it. I approve it.
Thank you, Jen. I'll start again, but it's all good. Do I have a motion to approve item B66 2122, consultant agreement for professional development services with Just Right Literacy?
So moved.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. Christine?
Board Member Cole,
Aye.
Board Member Cluth,
Aye.
Board Member McCall,
Aye.
and Vice President Clerk Gardner,
Aye.
all in favor.
Thank you. And Jen, thanks for that comment. All right, last item, B67 2122, consultants agreement for independent educational evaluation services.
So the district is in need of a consultant to do an inclusion assessment, and we are recommending that you approve the consultant contract with Dr. Amy Hanreddy to do the assessment.
Okay. Board, any queries on this item? No comments? We're good. Do I have a motion to approve item B67 2122, consultant agreement for independent educational evaluation services with Dr. Amy Hanreddy
So moved.
Thank you. After second. Do I have a second?
Oh, Quentin seconded.
You did. Okay, thank you.
Board Member Cole,
Aye.
Board Member Cluth,
Aye.
Board Member McCall,
Aye.
Vice President Clerk Gardner,
Aye.
all in favor.
All right. Thank you, everyone. Moving on to board member roundtable. Which order should we go in? Quentin, anything for us?
No, thank you.
Oh,
congratulations, Doug.
Correct. Yeah.
I'll say congratulations to Maggie next time.
That's great. Yeah, indeed. So yeah, formalities happening in January. Correct. Great. Jen?
Not much, just other one. I wanted to thank the people that came out tonight. It's always hard to come to a board meeting. It's hard to stand in front of the public and talk. And I just want to really appreciate that they came and said it with such grace and understanding. And I think really conveyed their point of view very clearly tonight, maybe even more so than I've heard in the past. So I just wanted to thank them for coming out and wish everyone a happy holidays.
Indeed. Doug?
Yeah, I want to wish everyone a happy holidays, 7 more days of school. Let's power through. Hope everybody gets through it in one piece. We're almost there. So great job, everyone, getting us to this point. Thank you. I'll say this again next time, but thank you to Stephen for leading us through one hell of a year. So great work. It's an honor to have served with you. So thank you.
Thanks, man. And I'll close with happy holidays, everyone. All the best. Stay healthy, be well. Yeah, we look forward to continuing the new year, but do rest up and enjoy the time. So with that, I'd like to say that's adjourned for this evening. Do I have a motion to adjourn the meeting?
So moved.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
Second.
Christine.
Board Member Cole?
Aye.
Board Member Cluth?
Aye.
Board Member McCall?
Oh, aye.
Vice President Clerk Gardner?
Aye.
All in favor?
This meeting is adjourned. Thank you, everyone. Happy holidays.